Okay.
So all of those evidence profiles, known references, when they come in,
That was 2 days ago. Okay. There you go. I feel like. Okay, I am back. Whoops. I'm back. Hey! Hi, Kirsten. Oh, my ever faithful. Thank you so much. See, all the more reason why I need to be monetized because I have to get a new computer. I need a desktop and a laptop. This computer is, I've had it forever. I've had this thing ever since I started YouTube. So it is time to get a new one. Man. So, oh yeah. I love the touch up screen option because it makes me look like I don't have anything wrong with my face as opposed to how many things that are going wrong with my body. Ah, I swear. So much going on. So, I am sure y'all have heard in Germany. Hi, Gwen. Yes, thank the Lord. Um, so we are waiting for a verdict. I'm so sorry, Gwen. I was so excited to have my very first member. And like literally when I got my very first member, I like called and text everyone I knew. I was like, I have a member. I was so excited. Um and then YouTube pulled the rug right out from under me. Ugh, the audacity of it all. Yes, so the biggest news in America right now. Okay, well, first of all, um, let me just start off this live with my heart is broken. I know, Gwen. I know you picked the top tier too, because I was like, I know she picked the top tier. Uh, because she just loves me that much and I love her. Um, so first of all, let me just start off by saying Shannon Doherty passed away yesterday, Saturday, and it has crushed my world because Shannon Doherty was Brenda on 90210, y'all. And I am very sad that she is gone at such a young age. I can't believe I'm crying. Uh, Shannon Doherty was like, she was just everyone. My nickname in high school was Brenda because I had bangs, and I went to Beverly Hills High School uh, right before 90210 came out. Beverly Hills High School did not want that show to come out. I remember they protested that show because they didn't want it to look like they were a bunch of rich snobby kids. Um, and uh, and then I was brought back to reality and brought back to Alabama. Yeah, Richard Simmons died too. I feel bad for Richard Simmons because he did not want that movie made about him that Pauly Shore did, and Pauly Shore and everyone insisted on making it. Um, and was hoping it would be a tribute, but Richard Simmons just wanted to live his last years in peace and quiet, and he did not want a movie made about him. Um, so yeah, and I just I'm not a huge Hollyweird fan at all. Um, thank you, Jenny. Um, I'm not a huge Hollyweird fan at all. I don't usually like have anything good to say about Hollyweird because everybody there is corrupt. But Shannon Doherty is one of the few people that I really liked in Hollywood, and I just thought she was a good person. She came from a good family. Um, she just didn't fit that mold, and I'm just really sad. I'm really sad that she passed away. And I have been watching her podcast, been following her on Instagram. Um, so it makes me sad. Um, so yeah, so now let's talk about what does everyone think about Trump? Now there are so many conspiracies uh regarding Trump. Oh my gosh. So first of all, I want to give our thoughts and prayers to the firefighter that died saving his family. He covered his family at the rally. Because that was my first thought was all the pops there had to be someone else shot. Um yeah, I know she's not suffering anymore, but she had so much left that she wanted to do, and she just wasn't ready to go yet. And I can imagine. I can imagine. Um so uh yes, so there was someone who died at the rally, and there were several other people injured. So what's crazy is, according to people at the rally, they saw this guy climbing the building, and they were telling people like this guy's climbing the building. My thing is I don't know if you have seen the yes, so someone died. Uh I mean, he was attending the rally like a lot of people, and he was shot in the head. And so I think it's really, really sad that you go to something like this. And now this is what the Democrats are chewing on. They're chewing on the fact that this guy was a registered Republican. First of all, if he was a real Republican, he wouldn't have missed. Okay. I'm just telling y'all that right now. A Democrat would miss because a Democrat that I mean, and they don't want to say it's just sad. It's so sad that in this country we still have such division because the Democrats are like, well, he was a registered Republican. Is that what you're hanging your hat on? And I'm just like, my son was in the rifle club in school. My son has excellent aim. He was in the military. So he was in military school and the military. Um, but and he was taught by my boyfriend who has very good aim. But like I'm just saying this is what they're hanging their hat on. There's still division. They're the very people who, you know, are talking about uniting and all this stuff are the very ones that have just been nothing but wanting blood from Trump, and they got it. And it's very sad that I'm shocked that this happened. It's saddening that someone died. It's sad that people were wounded. It is crazy to me. I don't know if you guys have seen the layout of the actual rally, and how this guy was so close to to where he was, and how in the heck he was able to get to this point and get so close to Trump, which is what is so it's not what I wanted. I want this to go away. Okay. I'm going to show y'all the layout of this rally because I want you to see how freaking close, if you guys haven't seen it, he was to Trump. And then they're going to try to say, so what I'm afraid they're going to try to say is that this was an inside job by Trump, they're going to say Trump did this. So I don't know. I'm going to take myself off. One 148 feet away. And they're saying that was outside their perimeter of being able to like check the area. Uh um but yet they had snipers on the roof on the other like not much farther away from him. Sorry. I was trying to find the map that they had showed of the Trump rally to show that he was not that far. Oh, this is one. Here we go. I'm going to share this screen with y'all so you can see. I know, y'all. I just don't want you to see me. I looked so bad this morning. Okay, so here's the map. Here's Trump's stage. Can y'all see that? Let me see if y'all can see that in this. I think it's odd that, well, spectators noticed that there was someone climbing the roof, and they were trying to tell people he was climbing the roof, and they didn't do anything. And apparently, there's two snipers on the roof looking around for someone on any roof. So it's apparently that's not outside of uh their looking area, because they're looking on all the rooftops around. So that can't be out of their realm. my thing is how in the heck did they do I oh darn it. Oh, you know what? I think my
of the man accused of killing the religious leader Samantha Woll. The judge gave the panel hung jury instructions on.
Can y'all hear me now? I think my
of murdering the Detroit synagogue leader during a home invasion last fall. 7 News Detroit reporter Ryan.
I think everything that I had that I thought was working is not working today.
Ryan. Oh, guys, that's the hardest part of all of this is waiting for that verdict and waiting for Woll's family and friends. They're looking for any sort of closure that they can get in all of this. But if this court case continues to go down the path that it appears that it could be going,
let me check something.
that closure that they are looking for. You've returned from deliberations indicating.
I swear, y'all, if I had a brain, I'd be dangerous. I'd rule the world. You know that? Then I probably wouldn't have been demonetized from. Oh, that works. I don't know why this is saying.
Uncertainty among jurors as they try to reach a verdict in the Samantha Woll murder trial. The fate of her accused killer, Michael Jackson Bolanos, lies in their hands.
Okay.
Along with the rest of the Jewish community and many others are really following it.
So there's still no verdict news. There's no trials going on. What did y'all think about That's what everybody says, but like I'm like, no, I'd rule the world if I had a brain. I'd be dangerous. So there's several theories, there's several what do we call those conspiracies about Trump? So a lot of conspiracies are that Trump, this is an inside job because the Secret Service should have noticed this. They should have been prepared. But also, now I know there's a lot of women in this chat. I know that, we think we're great. Okay, I get it. We are. We're wonderful. We're fantastic. We're really good at a lot of things. But I personally, and this is me personally, and y'all can feel how you feel. But I don't understand the Secret Service plans to have 30% female. That's their goal, is to have 30% female Secret Service. Good for them. I don't think that's what we need to be concentrating on. I think we need to be concentrating on getting the best people into the position and not worrying about what sex they are, or gender they are, or whatever. The same here with Austin Police Department, because my son wanted to get on at the Austin PD. But I told him, I was like, they're trying to get 30% female in each graduating class. So that makes it hard for the guys to get in because they want to have 30% female by a certain time. I think I'm sorry. Women can do things that men can do, but they can't do it the way a man can do it. I'm sorry. Like, you don't see women going out and working on oil rigs, do you? You don't see women going out and digging ditches. You don't see women going out and doing the hard working jobs. No, you just don't. So women are all complaining and wanting equal this and equal that. Yeah, sure they do. When it comes to positions of power, when it comes to positions in like the Senate and Congress and things like that, like the squad, like you see all that, like, oh yeah, we want equal pay, equal this, equal that in the business world, but not when it comes to busting your butt and working your tail off. Oh, I know. My sister was like, she's so funny. She goes, "Did you know there's another gender?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" And she goes, "Well, now there's one called gender fluid." And I said, "Where have you been, honey? That's been around forever." So, I know, right? Like, I'm like, there's not another gender. Okay. I don't know what you mean, but there's not another gender. It's male and female. But everybody seems to think they can be whatever they want. That's why I keep telling people that I'm trans financial. Dang it. Like, why I wouldn't even need to be worried about my little monies from YouTube if I was if people would accept the fact that I'm trans financial. But no. No one does that. So I think it's very unfair. So, but yeah, so if you didn't notice all the women that were on Trump's detail, which, good for them. Um, but that's the goal. That's the goal, is to have more women. Uh, I think it's sad that our country also is thinking that this is a Trump inside job, that he did this because he's trying to prove a point. Gwen, you're so funny. Um, they're trying to say Trump made up this. Like, why would I don't believe that Trump would put other people's lives in danger to prove a point that they're after him. I mean, my God. Hi, Firewine. How are you? Welcome. How's it going? Where are you from? Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. Thank Gwen. Gwen's the one who pushed me to this case that I had well, I didn't realize it was the same case that was national attention, and then it just went to tumbleweed land. Yeah, this is a big deal. This case, but it's just not getting the attention it deserves. That's for sure. So we have Alec Baldwin's case got dismissed. What does everybody think about that? I have to wait for y'all's typing. Yeah, right. Okay. Oh, Greensboro. I used to live in North Carolina, Firewine. Oh my gosh, I swear every time y'all say you're from somewhere, I'm like, "Oh, I used to live there. I've been there." I used to have that market. So I had Greensboro, and I had Raleigh, I had Charlotte. I lived in Charlotte. I love Charlotte. And my oldest son lives in Greensboro. Actually, my oldest son lives in Greensboro. Oh my gosh, what am I talking about? He just got a job in Winston. Yeah, Trans Financial, honey. I should be able to walk up to a Tesla or walk up to those Louis Vuittons and be like, "These are mine. I'm good for it." Okay. Sorry, y'all. My butt's on fire. I have a heating pad sitting on it. Sorry, Firewine. I usually don't do this from my bed, but I am not feeling well, and I didn't want uh everybody to miss out on seeing me today. Plus, we are waiting for the verdict. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And now that's hot. Okay. Yeah, see, look at that, Kirsten. Yeah, I thought about it. So like at first I thought that Alec was like rightfully so being charged because I hate Hollyweird. But I mean he did kill someone, right? But it was an accident. I mean, I've been on set, so I'm like thinking, but sets are so rushed. It doesn't even matter if it's a low budget or a high budget film or whatever, you are rushed because time is money. So I don't think that he meant to obviously kill her. And he didn't realize that even though normally when you point a gun at someone, you should know, and that should be anywhere, that you should know that your actions could wantonly, recklessly cause the death of another. I mean, it's a movie set. You don't think that you're going to actually kill someone. You really don't. You're in a movie. You're on a set. So you're not thinking, "Oh my gosh, if I do this, it's going to kill someone." You're thinking, "Oh my gosh, this is going to make for a great freaking scene." Right? So
Well, this morning, a deadlocked jury is going to try once again to reach a unanimous decision in the fate of the man accused of killing Detroit religious leader Samantha Woll.
so
The panel hung jury instructions on Friday before sending the jurors home. Michael Jackson Milanos is accused of murdering the Detroit synagogue.
there is. So Gwen, you're right. So when I watch, I've been on David's channel a couple of times, and when I watch David's stuff, like David's talking about how so I think because they put that lesser included charge, I think they're having questions because that's why they do that, which really, really, really irks me. Everybody knows how much that irks me when they put in the lesser included, because that means they don't have enough, they don't feel comfortable enough that they have enough evidence to prove the first degree murder charge, right? So they put that lesser included charge in there, but their lesser included still has premeditation in it. It still has to prove premeditation. So their lesser included is not like second degree murder or manslaughter. So luckily they didn't put those charges in. But their lesser included is either first degree murder or premeditated murder. So this, from what I understand with David, Sam is a part of the Democratic Party there in Detroit, and the Democratic Party in Detroit is big on, I say it wrong every time, gentrification, whatever. I don't know, but basically it is uh, putting in more white people, young white people with money. The same thing they do here in Austin is they go into low income neighborhoods and they build new homes. They tear down the old ones, they build the new ones, and they bring all these you know, um young up and coming boomers, people, and they basically push out all the people who used to be able to live there, afford to live there, and now they can't. So the Jewish community has started to take up downtown Detroit because they're trying to make downtown Detroit look appealing. They're trying to make it look like, oh, look at this. We have all of these, you know, upper class Jews living here that make a lot of money and it's safe to live here. So uh that's why you have people like Michael who can't afford to live down there. And you have, his girlfriend's working two jobs. Michael's working two jobs. They're working between them two jobs each, and they still can't barely afford to make it. Kaiserlautern. So I have a old lady at my old people place that she's from Germany, and she and I got to talking, and it was like blah, 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 blah. She's like, once you start speaking in German, you once you start talking to someone and speaking in German, you just keep going. It's like it never saw it, like you never forgot it. She was from Frankfurt. Yeah. I was like, "Oh, hi LaDonna, welcome. Sorry about yesterday, or was it Friday? Oh yeah. I was down for the count. I'm sorry I couldn't do the Alec Baldwin, but it got dismissed. So we are we are actually uh glad. He boohooed like a baby when it got dismissed. But that prosecutor, man, she was out for blood. And what was up with that witness, the one that was supposed to test the evidence? She was like combative. Like I think she was out to get Alec Baldwin too. She did not seem fair. 15 hours away from Frankfurt. Oh my gosh. Oh, Kirsten, I was going to tell you at the Grand Canyon, there were so many German people there. No, the Michael Jackson Bolanos verdict has not come out yet. Yes, so the what they're doing in downtown Detroit is pushing out all the people that used to be able to live there. The Karen Reed trial is a joke. Um, she will stay free. They have basically everyone in that trial is corrupt, so I don't think they're going to be able to have another one. Oh yeah, she totally knew that. She thought she was going to get away with that. Um, the prosecutor for Alec Baldwin, she knew what she was doing. She's sitting there going, "This is the first time I've ever seen this evidence." She's so full of crap, so full of it. And the judge knew it. I have seen that happen in other trials where prosecutors have been like, "This is the first time I've ever seen this," and sometimes they get away with that. But this one was like, "No, this is not the first time you've ever seen this evidence." Yeah, yeah. Bev is obsessed. Yeah, but I mean, I hate that too for him, but hopefully he will, turn his life around and stop doing that. Hopefully this is a huge wake up call for him. She did. I was wondering where that lady went like a couple days later cuz I was kind of watching the trial. Um but noticed that the other lady wasn't there. The one that gave the opening statements. I don't know. German's not as hard as Korean. I can tell you that because I've been trying to learn Korean so I could stop reading subtitles on my K dramas. And I haven't been able to do it. But I saw there were a lot of Germans because I could understand what they were saying at the Grand Canyon. Yeah, I want to be able to not have to read my K dramas anymore because I'm getting old and I can't see that far. So I need to stop having to read. I keep laying stuff somewhere. Have you ever like laid something down and literally right beside you and you cannot freaking find it? I know they are. They're so good. I am like when I want to decompress from trials and all the bad crap that's going on in the world, I would just watch K-dramas all the time. So, cuz they're the best and the plot twists are so good. Like they do such a good job. And I know when I go to Korea, it's gonna be nothing like a K-drama. I know, I'm just Oh, Parasite's so good. It was the first. I was so proud of my people because they won an Academy Award for that. I mean, a Grammy, blah, 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 an Oscar for that. The first time ever. Yes. You know, my uncle is actually the first Korean American actor ever, and I wanna do a documentary about him because he is the one who, he along with James Hong, who was in, Everything Everywhere All at Once, created the East West Theater in, LA, and, it's still going today, and so I wanna do a documentary about my, uh, uncle. Parasite Parasite is oh, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Parasite is so good. Um, it is about a family who sneaks into another family's house and kinda just takes over their home. It's so good. Hey, Jenny. We are back. I'll see you later, Fire and Wine. Thanks for coming. Yeah, we've been talking about Alec Baldwin, Jenny. We've been talking about Trump. We've been talking about one of my favorite people, Shannon Doherty, who passed. We're still waiting for a verdict. They did say something odd in the news in Detroit that they were going to deliberate this afternoon. So I'm not sure if they're getting like a break. Um, oh yeah, Kirsten, I'm telling you, Parasite and the actor from Parasite, oh, he killed himself because he was caught in a scandal. Um, so it's a big deal. So in Korea, in case y'all didn't know this, South Korea has the highest suicide rate in the world and the lowest birth rate. And it is because, unlike in America, where we say that our uh, yeah, you like in America, when our famous people fall from grace, like when you see them get arrested, like, okay, I'll just use an example. Chris Brown. Chris Brown uh, beat Rihanna, and everybody was like, "Oh God, Chris Brown, what a terrible person!" Blah 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 blah. Well, now Chris Brown's concerts are selling out left and right, and we just forgive Chris Brown, welcome him back into the fold. This is why I call it Hollyweird, okay? Because that's unacceptable. That's not acceptable behavior, and you should not be allowed back in the fold. You're a horrible person. But we forgive that. And we're just like, yep, we'll keep spending our money on this person. But in Asia, in that culture, if you get caught doing drugs, if you get caught um, assaulting anyone, if you get caught even being like a bully, if they find out you were a bully in high school and that comes out, you will be banished from your career. You will lose gigs. Your agency will drop you. You will not have a life ever again in the industry. So, unlike how we do here in America, in Asia, you're done. You're done, done, done. There's one of my favorite Korean actors who was in several films, several shows that I really liked, and he was set up to be in the new Hellbound 2, and they cut him. As soon as they caught him, he was taking sleeping medication, sleeping pills, and he was caught doing that for uh but it was too much sleeping medication, more than prescription. So uh he's no longer going to be an actor. Like, they cut him from the industry altogether. And I mean, I don't know if he'll be able to redeem himself. But in Asian community, you're done. Yeah, that's what, like, I look at stuff like P. Diddy, I look at stuff like R. Kelly. They still play R. Kelly's music. He's still making money. That's the thing, like, here in America, like, you can get allegations, you can go to trial, you can go to prison, but they're still making look at Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart is rolling in the dough, like, rolling in it, and she's fine. She was in commercials with Snoop Dogg. Like, they came out and like, hey, this is a good money marketing idea. We'll put a felon with a felon. Hey, China, how are you? Welcome. Yeah, it's disgusting. Like, we put these people uh up on a pedestal and put them as um like role models for our kids and stuff and for people, and then this is acceptable behavior. Like, you can go to prison and be a felon and um go back to your career. Everything's fine, hunky dory dandy. But in Asia, no way. No way. You can't even like I think my one of my favorite uh of course, BTS. My bias is Jungkook. Okay. I also like Suga, August D. Okay, I like all of them, but Jungkook is my bias. So uh August D made a video and he was smoking in the video, and also tattoos are uh kind of taboo, are still taboo in Korea. So when they went solo, did their solo gigs and they made their videos, August D did a video where he was smoking and he had tattoos, and that was a big deal because they were like, what the heck? He's smoking. Yeah, you can't do that kind of stuff in Asia, but in America, whatever. You could cheat on your spouses, you can have affairs, you can beat people, you can drunk driving accidents and kill people. Do you know how many movie stars here have killed people in drunk driving accidents and are still famous? They are still famous, still fine. It's crazy. Madonna. No, they enjoying it. Yep. I do not know what is wrong with my dogs, but you know how cows in a pasture look in the same direction and you're like, "Oh crap, something's going to happen." That's what my dogs are doing right now. I don't know if something's going to happen. Guess I should look and see if it's going to rain or something today. There was something else I was going to ask y'all. Um I haven't talked to y'all all weekend. What news do y'all have for me? Since y'all can't talk, you got to type it. Okay, so we have it's raining and in bed, no change. I'm in bed. That's I'm y'all. I went to the emergency room. So y'all can do that. Y'all can watch this in bed. I'm the YouTuber. I'm not supposed to be in the bed. More serial killers caught. Still deadlocked. So, breaking news in Florida, a federal judge has dismissed the classified documents case against former President Donald Trump. What? China, my channel where you weren't here. So I woke up this morning to an email from YouTube that my channel was demonetized. I was like, I literally just got monetized. Are you kidding me? I've made zero monies. Why are you picking on my little channel? And they're saying it's the way I edit my videos or something, or they're not edited enough. So I had to send them in I guess I just don't understand all the YouTube rules, okay? I just don't get it. So I had to send them a video that I edited so that they could see how I edit my videos and decide if I can have my monetization back. Otherwise, I have to wait 3 months. So Gwen was my first I'm not going to any channels, y'all. I wish I could, but I'm not doing that because I just got demonetized and I don't want to. Last time I um went to channels and listened to music, they copyrighted me. So I don't want to get dinged again. Um that might be why. I don't know. That might be why. I don't get it. I watch Grizzly True Crime. Um I watch a lot of other channels. I watch the lawyer channels. But honestly, I don't have time to watch any other people's channels, weirdly enough, because I'm too busy watching trials and researching. And I still have not heard from Wayne County for the filings that I need for this case. So, for those of y'all who don't know, I have filed a Freedom of Information Act for Samantha Woll's case so that I could get as much information as I can um, to really work her case is what my plan is to work her case. So who do you guys think that Trump is going to choose as his running mate? I know who I want him to choose, but I don't know who he's going to choose. Well, guess what, Kirsten? You might have 3 months and you can be a member because YouTube has ixnayed me. But hopefully it won't take that long. Hopefully they will see that I'm just a dumb, don't know what I'm doing. So I don't know how they do it in Germany, but in America, the president people running for president choose their vice president. Unlike governors in the states, they don't get to choose their lieutenant governor. The lieutenant governor runs on their own, which is really, really weird because I would want to be able to choose who my lieutenant governor is because I would want to know if I can work with that person. Yeah, I honestly, I thought I understood the rules, but I have a Patreon and I have a Rumble. I don't really use them. Everything that goes on my YouTube goes to my Patreon, but I don't, and it goes to my Rumble account, I think, but I don't know how to use those because, it's just a lot. I'm not technologically savvy. I would like to have a studio and have someone just do all of this for me because uh I just want to do the channel. I don't want to do all the stuff. Editing takes forever, which is why I don't mind doing lives because lives I just put it out there. I don't edit my lives. Some people edit their lives. I don't edit my lives. Obviously, as you guys can tell, um, I'm just, lucky if I have pants on. It takes a lot of time, especially when you don't know what you're doing. I don't know, the Detroit News thing said this afternoon they were gonna start deliberating, so I don't know if there's, like, a delay for some reason for them to get to court today, but I didn't hear her say that Friday. She said they would be here, so I know we have yeah, I mean, I really don't know, Kirsten. I mean, the rules are just like they have so many rules, and plus, I do say stuff on YouTube that you're not supposed to say because I don't care. That's a Joe Biden right there. I don't care. um, because you're supposed to have all these like words that aren't words, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. That's not how we talk. So, I don't. I mean, if I get dinged for saying words that I'm not gonna use the YouTube. It's probably why my algorithm's so messed up because uh I don't use the YouTube verbiage. Let's see. So the Lori Daybell trial has been pushed off. Um and we have Madeline Soto. I don't know when that's going to go to trial, but I believe her mom had everything. Hey David, how are you? We are just waiting, hoping to hear something. I'm sorry I couldn't be there last night. I was completely out of commission. Oh yeah, I saw that, and he said something about this afternoon. So I'm not sure if that means they're not deliberating till this afternoon or what. Yeah, Donna Adelson. We have a lot of cases, but there seems to be like a lag right now. We also have uh, our favorite defense attorney that's going to be coming up, Sarah Boone, which is going to be Daryl Brooks 5.0. Oh, did you, Gwen? Blessings to you, David. Man, I'm so sorry. I was extremely out of it last night and not feeling well at all. Hence why I'm in my bed today. So sad. So sad. I just didn't want you guys to not have the grace of seeing me today. And my channel's been demonetized, David. YouTube hates me. I swear. This is like, now I'm fighting YouTube. I think it's because I'm showing not so flattering shorts of Biden. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. They really do. They do not like freedom of speech. David, if you watch David's channel, you can see, or Duvid is what it is called. Go to Duvid, and you will see he does a very good job of explaining the conspiracy theories, the change in downtown Detroit, um, what is happening with the gentrification down there, if I'm saying that right. Um, and he explains very well what's going on with the uh, Jewish growth in Detroit. And honestly, he explains well the survival rate of this growth, what he thinks is going to happen down there. Spelled David's. Yeah, he goes over a lot of stuff about Israel, and I've learned a lot actually from him because there's so many things I didn't know. My sister and I were talking about it actually when I was in Arizona. I was telling her, yeah, of David's channel. Oops.
A level of violence. God forbid, but I guess.
And I love the way David always says, God forbid, God forbid. I just love it. It's like my favorite thing now. But he explains very well. Yeah, that's the name of his channel. Um, thanks, Jenny. Uh, but David explains I've learned so much. So talk to my sister about some of the stuff that the difference between Jewish people and the religion side of it, and it just like blew her mind because I've just been learning so much. So it's been really, yeah, I know, David. I'm like, I've worked so hard, and I'm just a baby channel for God's sake. And then this happens, but I'm appealing it, so we'll see what happens. Um, I know it's just like crazy, but it's okay. I mean, it's just one more thing to get through. So, um, I can reapply for monetization in 90 days, but I am appealing it, and then we'll see what happens. Um, yeah. Um, I had my first member. I had my first super sticker. I wasn't even making that much money. It's so sad. I think I had made like 20 whole dollars. I was like, and that wasn't even my 20 whole dollars. YouTube was going to keep like probably, I don't even know how much YouTube keeps, like 40% of that. So I hadn't even made $20. But so yeah, if you'll watch David's channel, you can check out all of the stuff that he's teaching about. Um, Obviously, Detroit growing, Samantha. He talks a lot about the Israel and the Jewish community. So it's a lot to learn. It's a lot to take in, but you do learn a lot because so much stuff my sister and I talked about this weekend that David talks about, and it was very, very interesting. And she had we had no idea. So yeah, so Yeah, it's crazy because my sister didn't know there was a difference between Orthodox, non-Orthodox. She didn't know there was so many levels, and so it was very, very interesting for her to learn, and I'm still learning. So, um, but she thought Jewish was was a religion. She didn't know it was like it was. It's actually kind of it's a race. She was like, "What?" So it just kind of exploded her mind. So yeah, it's really weird for her. But so we have also, I wanted to talk about what do you guys think about uh yes, so there is tension, but there's tension between uh actually, you know what's crazy? David and I talked about this because we talked about the tension between Jews and blacks. There's also tension between blacks and Asians, which is weird because um uh blacks and Asians um oh, welcome Brandy. Uh I love that you're here. Um so blacks and Asians actually have a very rough rocky history, even though um Asians get a lot of their when they come to America, they get a lot of their kind of I don't want to say their culture. I want to say they pick up a lot of habits and a lot of their stuff from the black community. So uh, it's kind of strange. But blacks and Asians don't get along or didn't get along because Asians would come in and open up shops, liquor stores, grocery stores in poor black communities. So it's just different. It's just, I mean, I have a shirt. My boyfriend and I have matching t-shirts of the rooftop Koreans. It's probably not appropriate, but it happened. So I'm not ashamed of it. Um, but also when you look at like I was a member of the Asian Film Festival here in Austin, and then I kind of just got like booted out. I worked for the Asian Film Festival. I was trying to learn my heritage and my community and all of this stuff. But because I have a difference of opinion as far as because they are full on Democrats, full on like all inclusive. We care about everybody. We love everybody, but not you because you don't fit the mold. You're not a Democrat. You don't believe in what we believe, but I don't care what they believe. So, um, yeah. So just and Asians. So like okay, so the comparison between Jews and Asians, I will say this. So Jews help Jews, right? Like Jews stick together for the most part. Asians stick together for the most part. Asians help Asians. My mom, when I met my real mom, she was like, "Don't trust white people." um, she was like, "Only go to Korean hairstylist, only go to Korean market, only go to Korean this, we and Koreans have a thing called the kit system. That's how you borrow money. You don't go to a bank. You don't go to anything that's not Korean. You stick with your own people, your own kind. Um, uh, and that's how you get things done. That's how you like build your own business. That's how you get your, stuff because you trust the people that you're a part of. So like I saw a TikTok video of a black guy and he was talking about Asians and he was saying you don't see Asians spending their hard-earned money in other like black businesses or white businesses or anything like that. They don't do that, but you see all of the other people spending money like they go get their nails done at because the Asians own the nail salons, the Asians own all these other things. So, but you don't see them going and spending their money in a black-owned salon or a black-owned business or anything like that. They all stick together. It's the same thing, kind of. Jewish people kind of stick with their own because they have been, I mean, think about it. They've been almost decimated, and so have Asians. So, and then if you look at the Asian hate crime, if you want to call it that, um, there aren't any white people pushing Asians in front of trains. There aren't any white people beating the shit out of Asians on the street. So, just saying. But we all just got to figure out a way to get along and figure out a way to, like, people can have their own opinions and be able to speak it. And it's a free country. We should be able to say what we want. And if your feelings get hurt, then your feelings get hurt. And you just need to figure out a way to get over it because that's a you problem. So as far as a prominent Asian, so we have not really a prominent Asian, but I will tell you there is a guy named Chul So Lee who was wrongfully accused in a murder back in the 80s, 70s, or 80s. There's a documentary about him. Chul So Lee was in California and he was wrongfully accused for murder. Because why? Because it happened in Chinatown. He was a Korean. Uh, and what do you say? All Asians look alike. So he took the fall for the murder, and it was really crappy. It's there's a documentary out about him. Um, so Vincent Vincent Nguyen up in Chicago, I believe, or Detroit. It could have been Detroit, actually. He was beaten to death by several uh, white people, and no one did anything about it. Actually, several cops stood by and let him get beat to death. It was the night before his wedding. Yes. Yeah, Jews are definitely more prominent, David, because Asians actually go into the poor neighborhoods and build there. They don't even build. They just open up markets there and work there. And actually, where I live is out on the outskirts of Austin, and they we have nail salons out here, but the Asians they don't live here. They drive in from more affordable places to live because this place is not affordable. So they open salons here, but they can't afford to live here. They actually come from other cities. Like when I lived in Alabama, our nail people came from Atlanta, Georgia. Crazy. Right. Yeah. That's true. Asians still aren't taken as seriously in that area. I mean, we just look different, David. Asians have money. We just don't look this. I mean, Jews get away with it because they're white. Yeah. Yeah, Asians have money. They can pay, but they can't go in and reconstruct things as easily as white people can. I mean, I'm usually not one to be like on the racial spectrum because usually it's whatever you can. It's actually money. Money pays. Money talks.
In other news, the jury in Samantha
Yeah, the immigrants definitely do work that other people won't do. So there is a place. But some of these immigrants come here and they came from jobs that were like uh real jobs back in their own countries. Yeah, Austin is mostly white. I don't see very many black people in Austin. Have to say. Brandy, I'm hoping we're going to get a verdict today. I don't know when. They've been very delayed on showing the um what if jury comes with questions. The jury asked for all the transcripts last Friday and she said that was not possible. Um yeah, it's tough. So LaDonna, like I definitely didn't come from a prominent family. I came from it's really weird story, but it doesn't matter. It's just you know, my Asian family was very well to do. Um but my white family was not very well to do. And I only met my Asian family once and I did not fit in. When you're half so when you're a half breed, it's not accepted as well in the Asian community. What do you do for work, Butterfly? Yeah, that's what I think, David. I think it's definitely either power or jealousy. I mean, as we've discussed, and then I just saw, I mean, everything is so weird. Uh, oh, girl, how much money you need to make? I know a job. um, as we discussed, David, the it, it's so weird that we've been talking about this, and Samantha Wall has been our top subject, obviously, but um, all I have seen because we feel this is a crime of passion. All I have seen, all that's been popping up on my YouTube, on my everything has been crimes of passion, and they are all so similar to what happened to Samantha. So I just can't see any other way for this to be but a crime of passion. Somebody that knew her, someone that had an axe to grind with her, even though she is so highly spoken about. And what's crazy is in the interviews I've seen from the Jewish community in Detroit, they're all saying the same thing, that she was a fighter for justice. She, hated to see people wrongfully accused, this and that, and they're all just talking about how wonderful of a person she is and what a fighter she was. And then here we have the irony of it all is this man, Michael Jackson Bolanos, on trial for her murder. And the Jewish community is saying, we're hoping that justice will be served because this is what Samantha would have wanted. And it just is mind blowing. It's crazy to me that they're saying that. It's almost like they're talking out of both sides of their mouth. It's crazy. Right. Right. Yeah, David. And then what else is crazy is I also didn't point out, um, did any of these people, did Jeff, I know they're not admissible in court, okay, but sometimes they have people do a lie detector test just to ease the minds of the police. Sometimes that's a thing. Now, did they ask Jeff to take a lie detector test? I mean, the lie detector itself is not admissible in court, but they could ask, "Did you take a lie detector test?" Right. Yeah, the synagogue is like all about women in power, which is what my sister, when I was telling her that the rabbi was a woman, that the women, that was all women, 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 and she was like, "What?" Yeah, because she couldn't believe it. Yeah, there are no men in positions of power at that synagogue. It's really weird. Yes, they gave him snacks and phone calls and were like, "Oh, how are you? Are you okay? What hospital do you want to go to?" They were just so nice to him. And they handcuffed Bolanos immediately and started calling him names and accused him right out the gate. Jeff, who confesses, gets, "You want to call your mommy?" Yeah, it looks like they did search his house while he was being held. It's weird that they didn't really, I don't feel like they really did like a really thorough search. I did rewatch Aaron's testimony. He said he was having like a party with his kids or something. So he was not there. So the Aaron angle, I mean, I'm not sure. He could have left the kid party, but we don't know that. I don't know who else was watching the kids. So I don't know. Um, Still hung up on David. No, women are not uh preachers. They're not. It's not a thing. So that's the whole feminist movement that's taking the Bible out of context. Yeah, yeah, and the bonfire. It's so weird like um so David, you can speak to this. So you knew Samantha. You could say, it would it be weird if you were like, "Let me have a bonfire in memory of Samantha?" It'd be weird, right? Because you knew her, but you weren't like best friends with her. Jeff was an ex-boyfriend, so it's weird, right? That he has a bonfire for her. They were broken up. And what was he burning? Why would you have a bonfire? Yeah. Would it be weird? That would be weird, right? If you were like, "Oh, I hadn't talked to her in several weeks or months, or we haven't been, haven't talked and whatever. Let me have a bonfire for her." Right. Why would he have people over at his house? None of that makes you question. See, I learned so much with David. That's what I'm saying. Like, that doesn't make sense. And even uh her so-called gay best friend, he went and he didn't even like Jeff. So why would he go? So to me, he went because he may have had some type of suspicion and he just wanted to go to be nosy because he's like nosy Nelly. Because he's all up in Samantha's business. He's all up in, ooh, what's going on? I need to be a fly on the wall. That's what I feel like he is. Oh, yeah, of course. Every religion is used mostly in a bad way, which is really sad. But you have to be able to see through that. As my preacher, Vadi Bakum, always says, um, the Bible does say, do not judge, but oh, yeah, when it was national news, everybody was out there for her. Now it's there's so much going on right now. Like even if it was still in the national news with Trump being shot, this would be down at the bottom rung. But I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't be. Maybe it would be brought back up to the surface because this would show the type of hate that we have in this country. It would be like, I mean, you would think that it would bring this back up to the surface because it would be like, oh, extreme behavior, or, I mean, if it weren't a black guy on trial for her murder. That's true because, like I keep saying, they're still riding off her coattails. I mean, my gosh, next month they're having a block party. Um, they are showing more and more pictures of her on the synagogue website. They are using her name. Like, I don't think these are things, I don't know her, I obviously, but I, by not knowing her, and I'm just saying this, but I believe they are using her name, using her image, um, and I'm sure her family is fine with that. But I think that they're using her name and using her image to continuously make money for the synagogue because without that, and maybe, just maybe, the synagogue was getting stagnant. Maybe they weren't able to finish projects that they needed to finish desperately because they had a deadline. And this happened at a time when they needed something to boost the synagogue and get the synagogue in the news. Samantha Wall. Because they've been writing on her death. Right. Yeah, John O'Keefe won't get it. Oops. Well, let's see, 15. Today's the 12th.
Live from downtown Detroit, Local 4 News at noon
Yes, Baldwin got dismissed.
The fallout from Saturday's assassination attempt on former President Trump continues to grow. Politicians and voters on both sides of the aisle agreeing that political division has gone too far.
And now a high-stakes Republican National Convention will be getting underway later this afternoon in Milwaukee, with apparently no changes made to the security plan. Good to have you with us, everybody, at noon. While Republicans National Convention in just a few hours. The focus of the political world is on Pennsylvania today.
And that's where federal agents searching for evidence and answers, while the Secret Service is facing questions and criticism for what some in law enforcement are calling a security failure.
I got Channel 4.
Who's at the rally site in Butler, Pennsylvania. The fallout from Saturday's assassination attempt on former President Trump continues to grow. Politicians and voters on both sides of the aisle agreeing that political division has gone too far.
And now a high-stakes Republican National Convention will be getting underway later this afternoon in Milwaukee, with apparently no changes made to the security plan. Good to have you with us, everybody, at noon. We'll start right there. While Republicans will open their national convention in just a few hours, the focus of the political world is on Pennsylvania today.
And that's where federal agents searching for evidence and answers, while the Secret Service is facing questions and criticism for what some in law enforcement are calling a security failure. We start with Jay Gray, who's at the rally site in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Former President Trump traveling to Milwaukee for today's opening of the Republican National Convention, just a day after the attempt on his life. In a new interview, Mr. Trump describing his very surreal experience to the New York Post, adding, "I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be dead." Late Sunday, posting the message, "Unite America," on social media as President Biden addresses a stunned nation from the Oval Office.
You know, the political record in this country has gotten very heated. It's time to cool it down. We all have a responsibility to do
Whose
that.
fault is that?
Responsibility at the center of growing questions and frustration over how it could happen. A rooftop less than 150 yards from the rally stage,
No,
left
they
open
were
and
just
accessible.
standing up,
The
LaDonna.
alleged shooter, seen in this new video, able to fire at least 8 shots from the position before he's taken out by Secret Service
8
snipers.
The
shots,
book does
y'all.
stop with the U.S. Secret Service. It's their plan. You're responsible, so you can't deflect blame on anybody else.
President Biden ordering an independent investigation into what many in law enforcement are calling a colossal breakdown and profound security failure.
If that bullet was 2 inches to the right, it would have penetrated the former president's forehead, and we would have a great American tragedy on our hands.
Federal agents searching for a motive say the man accused of pulling the trigger, 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, is still a mystery, unknown to law enforcement before the attempted assassination. And we now know a cell phone and other electronics belonging to Crooks are being analyzed at the FBI lab in Quantico. Investigators hopeful data can provide a clearer picture of the suspect and why he allegedly wanted to kill the former president. Jay Gray, NBC News, Butler, Pennsylvania.
All right, Jay. And we've also learned today the shooter was located on a roof outside the Secret Service security perimeter. That location wasn't part of their security sweep and was left to local authorities to cover. And sources are saying they just did not secure it after sweeping in that.
Also today, the U.S. Secret Service is making a statement for the first time since the assassination attempt. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle says her agency is working with local, state, and federal authorities on a joint investigation. Cheadle added the Secret Service moved quickly to neutralize the shooter and protect the former president. And she also pledged to work with the expected congressional hearings into the incident. And coming up today at 12:30, we are looking into the concerns surrounding the Secret Service. Former U.S. Attorney Matthew Schneider joins us with insight about the investigation and failures leading up to the rally.
As we mentioned off the top, the Republican National Convention beginning tonight in Milwaukee. Donald Trump plans to announce his choice for vice president at some point today. And by the end of the week, he will be the first 3-time nominee for president since Richard Nixon. As you would expect, security is top of mind around the venue, with tens of thousands of people expected to be there. As Garrett Hape reports, authorities say they have made no changes to an already robust security plan.
The Republican National Convention kicking off under an intense political
Have y'all ever
and
been to a
security spotlight,
convention?
just days after the assassination attempt on former President Trump. The Secret Service says they're ready to keep the 4-day convention safe and secure.
We are fully prepared and have a comprehensive security plan in place, and we're ready to go.
That plan, officials say, developed over 18 months, had already been designated the highest level security event. Milwaukee's police chief with this message on Sunday.
We got this. We got this.
Former President
Wow,
Trump
that
flying
makes me
to
feel
Milwaukee
great.
Sunday night, writing on social
Oh
media,
my gosh,
the shooter
y'all.
who targeted him would not, quote, force
I
change to
have been
scheduling or
to
anything
a
else about
convention
the
and it
convention.
is
One thing that is
so
changing is
fun.
Mr. Trump's convention speech. In an interview with the Washington Examiner, the former president
I
saying,
worked
quote,
on
it's going to be
campaigns
a whole different
years
speech now, a
ago.
lot different than it would have been 2 days ago.
It's
Adding,
so
quote,
fun.
this is a chance to bring the whole country, even the whole world together. Those images of Mr.
Too
Trump,
many
face
people.
bloody, fist
It
in
was
the
when I
air
was
in the
younger
moments
and I
after
didn't
the
mind
shots
being
were
around a lot of
fired,
people.
now being
Now
embraced
that I'm
by his
older,
campaign in fundraising appeals and by supporters touting his toughness.
This is the toughest guy I think I ever met.
Some Republicans now criticizing President Biden for his own recent comments, like this rally speech Friday.
Most importantly, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, Trump is a threat to this nation.
And for recently telling donors on a fundraising call, according to a source, quote, it's time to put Trump in the bullseye, insisting Trump also be pressed to answer questions in the wake of that much panned debate.
I know that he didn't mean what is being implied there, but that kind of language on either side should be called out.
Mr. Trump's own speeches often filled with violent imagery.
The real threat is from the radical left, and it's growing every day, every single day. Our threat is from within.
Now, with the convention officially set to open, there are calls for both parties to temper their verbal attacks on one another.
And that was Garrett Hake reporting. The convention gavels in this afternoon. Then we expect the roll call vote, and that's when the former president will formally be nominated. On Wednesday, the VP choice will speak. Then Thursday, Trump will deliver his speech and accept the nomination. You can watch all of it, starting with the first night of coverage at 9:30 right here on Local 4. As all of that unfolds, in the wake of a near-death assassination attempt, Donald Trump also won a major legal battle in Florida today. The federal judge presiding over his classified documents case has dismissed that case.
Yeah, and the move comes after the defense put forward a motion to dismiss, arguing that special counsel Jack Smith's appointment in the case violated the Constitution. Well, Smith's team contested the argument during hearings last month.
John McCain,
as of now, it's
all the
unclear where the
Bushes.
case will go next.
Number
A
45
high-stakes
is Trump.
trial is back underway
here
in
we
a
go.
Detroit downtown courtroom. Michael Jackson Bolanos is accused of stabbing Samantha Woll to death at her Lafayette Park condo last October.
For over a month now, the jury listened to testimony from law enforcement, neighbors, and even Woll's ex-boyfriend. Then on Friday, the jury said it was deadlocked, couldn't come to a verdict as of yet. Sean Lay's been watching this all play out. He's watching it again today. Sean, what are you hearing?
Well, Jason, here's the big news on this. There is no verdict, and that is surprising a lot of people right behind me up on the 5th floor of the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice here. So this jury, I can update you now, is that they went into deliberations last Wednesday. They had a conflict, and the judge had an appointment, so they did not deliberate on Thursday and deliberated almost to the deadline, which is about 3:45, 4 o'clock Friday, until they sent a note out to the judge asking for so many exhibits. It would take days to get them all the transcripts they asked for, and also indicated they were deadlocked on this. Now, the judge let them have the weekend free to think this over and then get right back to it today at 8:30. I was up there, and jurors went back at 9 o'clock, and they have not indicated anything. They have not had any questions. And at 11:45, they went to lunch. They will resume at 1 p.m. today. So you have to think about a couple things here. What Samantha Woll's family, mom and dad here every single day, what they're thinking, agonizing through every hour here. The jury does not come back with a guilty or not guilty or a hung jury. And then you got Michael Jackson Bolanos. He's being held in a room off the courtroom here. He is waiting too, because his attorneys basically expected to come in on Friday and have an acquittal. And that did not happen. We're hearing that there are very few holdouts. It's unconfirmed, but very few holdouts on the jury holding this whole thing up. We did ask Bolanos' attorney and co-counsel to confirm details on that, but they said they could not. They have no indication of what is happening inside that jury room. Guys, we're going to go right back inside, and we will monitor this. And once there is either a verdict or a hung jury, we'll let you know immediately. Back to you.
Okay, Sean, we'll be watching for it, and we'll talk to you a little bit later.
Police in Brighton are looking for the man who robbed a hotel this morning. Police were called around 1:20 to the Hampton Inn and Suites off Chalice Road. Officials say a man.
Okay, so very few holdouts. Holdouts for what? What do we think? Holdouts for what? Very few holdouts. What does that mean? So now they're at lunch. They're still deliberating. Gosh, this has my stomach in knots, you guys. Oh, Joe Biden's going to speak in Detroit. Yeah, I would think that uh I oh man, I hope that they come back from lunch. This has been going on a while, much longer than I expected. Okay, so what's going on where you are, Brandy? This is your first live, right? Where are you from? Did you tell us? Ah. Yeah, we're all just waiting. Taylor, Michigan. You're from Michigan too? Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. So you're from Michigan too. We got a lot of Michigan people. Man, can't believe that. So how far is Taylor from Detroit? Half hour. Oh, you're not that far. Wow. So is your picture, is that for autism? Oh, my grandson, uh, we think he has autism as well. How old is your daughter? "13." My grandson is verbal. He's going to speech therapy, so I don't know if he's got autism or not. That's what his um mom says, but she doesn't let me see him, so I don't know. I can't tell if she's saying it or if it's true. It's been a hot mess. Wow. It's been so sad. I haven't seen him in 5 years. He's 5. He's gonna be 5 next month, but she won't let me see him, so yeah, he's adorable. I get to see pictures from my son, but I don't get to see him. I've been a grandmother for 5 years. So weird. We don't use the G word though. Because I'm not old enough to be called that. Yeah, that's such a tough, like, I used to work with kids that were like that. It's so hard. I better not look like a grandmother. So it says the Secret Service did not sweep the building where the shooter was perched. Because it was outside of their. Yeah, I know she doesn't let me see him. Um, yeah, he'll be 5 next month. My son will be 24. Yeah, I'm hoping that she'll start letting me see him soon. He's so cute. He's so tall. He's like my son. He's really tall. But he's starting to get more verbal. He's going to speech therapy. So, you're a step grandma. Yeah. Nope, my son decided to. Oh my gosh. When I got that phone call. Woo, we I swear, I think my youngest child was put on this earth to um drive me to the loony bin. And that is exactly what he is. He's either here to drive me to an early death or straight to the loony bin, which is probably why I'm so interested in true crime and stuff. I really don't know. because that child every single day has something for me to make me go insane. Okay, so I wonder if this assassination attempt will possibly oh, did you guys hear that they passed that non-citizens, you have to show proof of citizenship to vote. But did you hear that if it goes through and it passes the Senate, that Joe Biden is going to veto it? So he's going to say that you don't have to show proof of citizenship to vote. So does that mean that states can still make you show proof of citizenship to vote? Or is that going to be like federally across the board? You don't have to show proof of citizenship, because I think that you should, like, why is that racist? What about showing your ID card to vote is racist? Can anyone explain that to me? I'm just curious. I mean, does that mean my dogs can vote? Where does it end? I mean, if that's the case, then I should be able to claim my dogs on my taxes. I'm just saying. It's racist to say that? Oh, dang it. Oh, it's racist for them to say that. I was like, dang it, I've really screwed up now. YouTube's just going to kick me off altogether. Oh, showing freedom papers. Yeah, I mean, so here's my issues with what's going on. And again, these are my issues. So y'all can have your opinions, of course, because that's what this is. It's a free country. But I have a problem because I flew to New Jersey to visit family, right? And I sat next to, and half the plane, by the way, was full of immigrants who had ankle monitors on. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I have a picture. This now I'm gonna sound like Joe Biden. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. This is real. Here's the deal. Okay. Anyway, I was on a plane to New Jersey, and half the people had ankle monitors on and manila envelopes full of paperwork and brand new cell phones. Okay, going to New Jersey, because remember, they weren't able to send them straight to New York because New York was like, no, you can't do that. So they put them on airplanes to New Jersey so they could bus them from New Jersey to New York. Well, how did these people get through TSA? I can't get through TSA with shoes on. But these people got through TSA with an ankle monitor on. Make that make sense. Can someone make that make sense? No, you can't. You can't make that make sense, can you? Because it doesn't make sense. So, anyway, so they get a free plane ride, which bless their hearts. Oh my gosh, bless their hearts. Don't speak a lick of English and have probably never been on an airplane in their entire life and have no idea what the heck is going on. Oh my goodness. I just felt so badly for them. But at the same time, I did not, because hello, you're getting medical care, a free place to stay. Like, do you know how hard it is to get medical care? It's hard. And do you know how much Obamacare cost? Like, if you make $0 a month, Obamacare thinks you can afford to pay $700-800 a month. They sure do. Yeah. And they think you can afford a $8,000 deductible. Sure do. That's what our great government healthcare system is. But not if you're an immigrant. If you're an immigrant, you get it for free. Yep. But then I feel badly because what future do some of these people have? But to end up in a crime world because they get scooped up by the bad people because they don't have, they get free education. They get automatically, the kids are automatically citizens, but the parents aren't legal. So they have a hard time finding jobs. So they end up working in the criminal world because that's the only place that is going to give them a job. This is just really a vicious cycle. Yes, I said vicious because it's a fish going around in circles in a bowl. And because on the ranch, the Ashton Kutcher show on Netflix. That's what he said, vicious cycle. But yeah, that just makes no sense. So now we're just going to be like, I don't care if people come here. It doesn't bother me. Duh. We're a nation of immigrants. But like, times have changed. We can't just be like, bring me you're hungry, you're poor, you're whatever, because we are hungry and poor. I mean, we don't have room for any more hungry, poor people. And nor do we have the funds. I know Joe Biden thinks we can just keep printing that money, but no. We cannot keep doing that. And also, we're just printing that money and giving it to other countries. Like, what the heck? This makes no sense. So, the Trump shooter worked at a nursing home. Yeah, I think it's this way all over the world. Oh, I know. Yeah, that show. I love that show. It's a good one, Brandy. I really hate that old Danny Masterson turned out the way he did, and so did Ashton Kutcher. Oh, I did a show, I did an episode about that. Yeah, I did an episode about Ashton Kutcher, on my channel. Because, that's when I decided to stop acting, when Danny Masterson, was convicted of rape, and Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis wrote a letter to the judge asking for mercy for Danny Masterson. And then so also because Ashton Kutcher, in case you didn't know, he also was the head of a fighting against sex trafficking people. And he had to step down from that role because he and Mila Kunis wrote a letter to the judge asking for mercy for Danny Masterson, and they didn't think anyone would see the letter. So they put out a half-hearted apology And they were like, we apologize if our letter offended anyone, instead of saying we apologize that we were backing a rapist, But they also said in their half-hearted apology that we didn't think anyone would see the letter. So that goes to show you and tell you that they were still supporting a rapist. Yeah. So Ashton Kutcher had a date with a girl named Ashley Ellerman. He was supposed to pick her up at 8 p.m. to go to an award show. He was late, 2 hours late. He didn't get there till 10 p.m. He claimed that he knocked on her door. She didn't answer. He claimed he just peeped in the window and he saw red on the floor and he left. He thought she was, and he called her and she didn't answer. So he thought she was mad at him for being so late and he left. But what actually happened is he went to her house. He went in her house. He saw her body. He touched her. She was dead. And he got out of there quick, fast, and in a hurry. Kind of like what's happening with the Samantha Woll trial. But what he did was he sat in his car for an hour in front of her house, called his agent, called Danny Masterson, talked to them on the phone about what should he do. He just ran across a dead body. And they both told him to go on to the party, make an appearance, make it look like he's been at the party, have a good time. He didn't want to be tied up in this because his career was just taking off and it wouldn't look good if he had come across a dead body. So that is what he did. Needless to say, the Hollywood Ripper went on to kill 2 more people and attempt to kill another. Had the other one not survived, he possibly would still be going on to kill people. But thanks to Ashton Kutcher for not reporting the crime, this man was able to go and kill other people. And thanks to Ashton Kutcher listening to Danny Masterson and his agent, again, this Hollywood Ripper was allowed to go on and kill other people. And if it weren't for the one who survived, he wouldn't have been caught. So that tells you how Hollyweird those people sell their souls to the devil to be where they are, period. So I have 0, 0, 0 respect or anything for people in Hollywood, Hollyweird, that make those people think that they are better or somewhere. Anything that comes out of their mouth is not genuine. It is fake because they literally sold their souls to get where they are. So, yeah, you saw a dead girl. You touched her. You walked in her house and you left her there and went to an awards party because you didn't want your career to be affected. And then years later, you write a letter to a judge to have mercy on your friend who's a rapist. And not only that, but the ranch show, they killed him off the show because when he got accused of rape, they didn't even question anything. They just killed him off the show right away. So, because they knew. I was shocked. I thought, wow, Ashton Kutcher and Danny Masterson are like best friends. How could they just kill him off the show and ditch him with just accusations? But clearly, Ashton Kutcher knew something we didn't, which is why they killed him off the show. So, just goes to show you that that stuff catches up with you sooner or later. Yeah, all those people are messed up. So I do not like, I have nothing. No. And especially the amount of famous people that have killed someone and have gotten away with it. Who's cat? Hey, 46 sausages. Thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you so much for helping the algorithm. I need all the help I can get right now. We're still waiting for the Samantha Wall verdict to come out. My agent keeps sending me requests for gigs, and I haven't responded. I need to respond. And I need to fire my agent, actually. It's really what I need to do. Oh, Cat Williams. Yeah. Yeah, he's been warning people about it all along, but nobody's been listening. Yeah, because this stuff is happening. And I mean, I don't know. I decided I didn't want to be a part of it. I didn't want to get too far in. I mean, I was like nothing in the uh in the industry. I was very, very low. That's I've heard that one. That's funny. I am just waiting for something, anything. We shall see. It's so weird to have a lull in trials. Oh, this is what I was going to ask you guys. Oh my gosh. You can see if I had a brain, I'd be dangerous. We got off topic. Not that we really have a topic today except waiting for the verdict. Oh, China. I switched to Samsung like 3 years ago cuz I got to support my people. Um Everything I have is like Korean made. Have Samsung everything. Um There are more and more women pedophiles, or at least it's being talked about more than ever before. What do you guys think about the teachers that are, well, having relations with these teenage boys? And I'm not talking like 16, 17-year-old boys. I'm talking like 13. A social worker, I know, right? Like, what is happening? And it's crazy because they still don't treat women the same way they treat men in these situations. So, uh, I'm finding it very odd. And it's gross. Ugh. It's so ugh. Ew. I'm like, why? I know, right? Right, Brandy? I'm like, ew. It's so gross. Okay, just quickly, if you are not subscribed to the channel, subscribe, like, share, hit the notification bell because even though YouTube has dinged me, I still need all the subscribers and likes and all that I can get because I need YouTube to get right with themselves. Yeah, it's like really gross. And some of these women just had babies. Like, who's the father? Where is Maury Povich? Because that is, ugh. And think about their husbands. Like, yeah, that is, can you imagine? Could you imagine being their husband, being like, you did what? You, what? Right? I know. Oh, no. Gosh, LaDonna. Oh yeah, they're like young married couples, and then next thing you know, they're having sex with a 13-year-old, and the husband is like, "What the? We just had a baby. We just got married." Oh, and then there's one. Uh, oh, I'm so glad he did. Thank you, Brandy. Uh, I just ramble. I just say things just come out of my mouth, and I don't know why. So just just beware. Especially when this is just an impromptu live. We are waiting on a verdict. So, in the meantime, while we're waiting, we can discuss whatever y'all want to talk about. There's all kinds of crazy shenanigans going on in the world, but we don't have to talk about crazy shenanigans. We can talk about the sky is blue. I don't care. um, we can talk about my dog's hot breath right now that is like, oh my lord. He is panting like he ran a marathon, and he's the laziest dang thing you ever saw in your life. Um, but he's also 14, so maybe that's why. Everybody found me on accident. It's so hilarious. I love it though. I needed it. I needed these happy accidents. Oh, Bob Ross, happy little accidents. That's what I needed. I needed these happy little accidents to happen. Look, Gwen, I got new headphones. You know where these are from? These expensive headphones? They are from Delta Airlines. Yes, we have to pray. We all need prayers, y'all. Oh, my Lord, baby Jesus, we need prayers. Oh, thank you, Brandy. I'm glad to know you. That's awesome. What is wrong with you? Dude, go get some water. Sorry. My sister gave me these. She flies Delta. She gets all kinds of freebies. I got these for free. They work better than my expensive ones. You have 4 cats, but you're not a cat lady? Okay. Even if you have a husband, Brandy, and you have 4 cats, you're a cat lady. The husband is just a cover. Just so you know. Yes, let us, y'all, let us pray because today is a very important day. So I do want to pray. I want to pray. So let us pray. Lord Jesus, please, please have your hands on this jury. This is so, so important. You have had your hands on the jury this entire month, that they have been listening to all of these witnesses that have been passing the buck off to the next witness and the next witness and the next witness. Lord, we pray that you will see through all of the prosecution's mumbo jumbo and know that Michael Jackson Bolanos is innocent. We pray that you will help find the real killer. We pray that you will not let Samantha Wall's death go unnoticed. We pray that you will allow the police department to continue investigating her death. Pray that I will get my Freedom of Information Act and I will be able to look into this further. Pray that the jury will come back with a not guilty verdict. Pray that we will see Michael Jackson Bolanos get to go home today. I know his girlfriend is waiting for him. His family is waiting for him. I know he has big plans when he gets out of this situation. Lord, I pray that you will allow him to have the opportunity to get his life where he wants it to be. I know he wants to take a different route in his life, so please give him that opportunity, Lord. Lord, I pray that whatever jurors are holding out, that they are holding out for good reason, but I hope that they are going to come around to not guilty. Lord, I hope that you will have the jurors please comb through this evidence and see that it is so lacking and that this is not proof beyond reasonable doubt that Michael Jackson Bolanos did this. Lord, I pray that you will help them see that this is a crime of passion and someone did this to Samantha that wanted Samantha to suffer, and it was not Michael Jackson Bolanos. Lord, I pray that you will just be in that room with them and touch them, touch their hearts, touch their minds, touch their logic. Lord, just be with them and come back with a vote of not guilty. Lord, we pray in your name, and I pray and thank you so much for all of the people who subscribe to this channel and who come on to these lives. And I pray that you will bless their lives and bless their days and nights and their families. I thank you so much for each and every one of them every day because they are amazing people wherever they are in the world. And I pray that wherever they are in the world, that they don't have crazy shenanigans like we do here in America. I pray in your precious name. In Jesus' name, amen. Gwen, why do you have a zoo? That's a lot to keep up with. Who's cleaning that?
Bringing our Sean Lay. He's live now. Sean, you've been following this story since the very beginning, about a month ago. Kind of bring us up to speed on how today went in court.
Well, no verdict. That is the big headline here. That may be surprising to a lot of people, somewhat surprising to people watching this trial very closely. Kimberly, I know you're watching it very closely as well. The jury was supposed to start deliberating.
Okay, so this is old. I thought I saw something on, but it's old. Okay. I love rabbits. I don't like rabbit poop, but I love rabbits. Oh my goodness. Go get some water, dude. Thank you, Kirsten. There is nothing. Oh my gosh. Okay, are they back from lunch yet? It's 1:15 there. Oh my goodness, her squeaky wheel. Oh, there's a case called Florida versus Marsha Thompson.
Marsha Thompson was fed up. Her husband, Terry, had been arguing with her for hours.
Abused wife, or let's see. Wow, this lady stabbed her best friend. Oh, by the way, you guys, did you not notice that Court TV is now covering this case? They're actually putting up snippets of the Michael Jackson Bolanos case. It's really it's kind of annoying because I'm like, where were you? Oh shoot. Okay. All right, we'll watch this. No, I'm not shocked, Butterfly. They didn't have the. Did y'all see my dog? He's gonna come over here and like breathe hot and heavy in my face in a minute. Actually, he's about to start pawing me. He hates when I'm on the computer. Here he comes. Okay. Hold on, dude. I gotta rewind this.
The police responded to Marsha Thompson was fed up. Her husband, Terry, had been arguing with her for hours, and she'd had it. So she shot and killed him while he was lying on the couch.
Ooh.
And she didn't shoot him just one time or just 2 times.
Ooh.
She shot him 9 times.
Dang.
So let's go back to the early morning hours of August 9th of 2019.
2019.
You're going to hear that the police responded to a home out in Waxahachie on Murcott Drive.
Hey, that's
where
Dallas.
they saw this defendant coming out of the home.
Waxahachie. I
She
know where
was
that
wearing
is.
a full police uniform, duty belt around her waist.
Oh, she's a cop?
Had everything in it, but it was missing one thing: her duty firearm. That firearm was on the refrigerator inside of the house where she was instructed to leave it since she had just used it to shoot her husband. First responders go inside of the home, and when they get there, they see Terry Thompson lying face down in front of the couch. They can tell just by looking that there are apparent gunshot wounds to his back, because that's what they can see. And they find this defendant and Terry's young children in their bedrooms. Now you're going to hear.
What happened? Oh, Court TV.
Oh, and as you can see, the audio just dropped out. So
Yeah.
here's what we're going to do.
Hold up.
We're going to hit a break. We'll see if we can get the audio repaired, see what's going on with it. We'll be right back as those opening statements are getting underway in this trial that we're calling the abused wife or murderer trial. That's what the jury's going to have to decide, if this shooting was an abused woman who did this in self-defense or if this was a cold-blooded murder. We'll be right back. Did a customs agent commit cold-blooded murder?
Marsha Thompson is accused of fatally shooting her husband as he's lying on a couch.
Thompson first off the couch, where he was then shot 6 times in the back. You're also going to hear from the lead detective in this case, Detective Jeremy Gelfand. And he's going to explain all about his investigation, what he did once he got out to Murcott Drive. And the bulk of his testimony and the bulk of his investigation is going to involve his interviews with this defendant. There were 2 of them. And you're going to have an opportunity to hear them. They were audio recorded in like a command bus that was brought out to the scene. You're going to hear what happened from this defendant's point of view. That she and Terry had been arguing for several hours. That the argument started when Terry was on his way home from Broward County on the phone and continued after he got home.
Broward County.
He was in Broward County, as you'll hear in the interview.
Is there a Waxahachie?
Because he had been having migraines over several days.
Florida?
You're going to hear over the course of that interview about all of the ailments that Mr. Thompson had, that he had back problems, that he had neck problems. You're also going to hear that the entirety of the interaction between Terry Thompson and Marsha Thompson that night until shots were fired was verbal. And what you'll hear is during this verbal argument that at some point this defendant goes into her bedroom to get ready for work. And she estimates that took about 15 minutes for her to get ready for work. She put on her uniform. She put her hair up. She put in her earrings. And then she tells Detective Gelfand that the next thing she remembers is hearing shots. Now, another thing you're going to hear in that statement is about the background of the relationship between Terry Thompson and this defendant. Not going to sugarcoat it for you. It was a tumultuous relationship. There are allegations of domestic violence. She talks about specific instances in the past of violence. Doesn't really paint Mr. Thompson in the best light. But what you're going to hear from that statement is that on that night, the most egregious thing that Terry Thompson used were his words. He made threats, but he did absolutely nothing in furtherance of those threats. Now, the state also anticipates that you're going to hear from some witnesses about specific acts of violence by Terry Thompson. And it's likely going to be hard to hear. We talked a little bit about that in jury selection. But at the end of this trial, the judge is going to instruct you on the law, and specifically the law on when it is acceptable to use deadly force.
Is this the
And when you
prosecution or
apply the
defense
facts of
opening?
this case from this night on August 9th of 2019, the fact that Terry Thompson was laying on the couch under a blanket and a pillow, unarmed, just using his words, you are going to find that there was no imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to this defendant. She didn't like what he was saying. She was fed up, and she wanted to put an end to it. So she did. And the state is confident that after hearing all of this evidence, that you will find her guilty of first-degree murder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolinski. Ms. Michelli, do you wish to have an opening statement?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Marsha Thompson is not guilty. The evidence will show you that after several years of physical, emotional, psychological, and sexual abuse, Terry Thompson, her husband, had made a decision to kill her, and he told her that he was going to do it. The evidence will show that Marsha and Terry met in college. He was Marsha's first and only boyfriend. They dated for several years before they got married and had 2 children. He was 13 years older than Marsha Thompson. At first, he was very charming, but not long after they started dating, the affection turned to jealousy and control, psychological and emotional abuse. It started with insisting that Marsha Thompson have a phone on her 24 hours a day, answer the calls in the middle of the night, whether she had a test the next day, no matter what was going on. The phone rings, she better pick it up. It went into calling her constantly to see where she is and what she's doing, controlling who she was allowed to speak to, where she was allowed to go, where she was allowed to be, what she was allowed to do, what she was allowed to wear, where she was allowed to work. And certainly, it was that she was to obey Terry Thompson and never talk back. After several years, in 2006, it evolved into the darkness of physical violence. You will hear their arguments were typically about two things. One, Terry Thompson habitually accused her of cheating or flirting or inappropriate behavior in that sense. And two, Marsha Thompson simply wasn't good enough. She wasn't a good enough wife. She wasn't a good enough mother. She wasn't a good enough worker. She wasn't a good enough person. She wasn't pretty enough. Her hair wasn't right. Her clothes weren't right. She didn't do enough for the family. In 2006, Terry Thompson accused Marsha of being unfaithful. And in a fit of rage, he violently attacked her. He pushed her.
Hi, KL.
He punched her. He choked her.
Welcome.
And he sexually assaulted her by penetrating her with a lotion bottle. Marsha Thompson was shocked. She did not fight back. She forgave her husband when he apologized.
We are awaiting a verdict in the Samantha Woll trial, so we're watching this
The control
trial
and the
in
berating
meantime.
continued, but things were fairly calm for about a year until an incident where Marsha Thompson's work phone rang very late at night. Okay. Terry Thompson became enraged, insisting that it meant that Marsha was cheating on him. He attacked her. He pulled her hair, pulled her down to the ground, kicked her in the stomach, and choked her. He apologized, and she forgave him. But unfortunately, the abuse became commonplace in the relationship. On approximately a monthly basis, Terry Thompson would push, hit, shove, kick Marsha Thompson. The sexual abuse and instances were less often, but more violent and more intense. They resulted in injuries to her and bleeding. Each time he would apologize, and each time she would forgive him. He also started to inform Marsha Thompson about facts about his prior violence against women, which she hadn't known about until then. He told her about it himself, and he even bragged about it and used it as something to scare her further with. The evidence will show that in 2011, independent witnesses called the police after Terry Thompson attacked Marsha Thompson in public. She was holding their 1-year-old daughter when he dragged her by her hair and punched her repeatedly. She was hospitalized. On another occasion, in 2016, a few years later, you will hear witness testimony as well about an occasion where a friend witnessed the violence of Terry Thompson toward Marsha Thompson. In addition to these abuses and to recounting to Marsha how he abused other women and others in order to scare her, he would also act out violently in front of Marsha toward other people on a regular basis. Over the years, there were ups and downs. There were lulls. When Marsha Thompson had a baby, there might pass a couple of years without a extremely violent outburst, but the emotional and psychological control was always there. Now, the year that was leading up to the incident of the shooting, in that year, the abuse was increasing, both in number of incidents and also in intensity. During this time, the evidence will show that Terry Thompson began threatening to kill Marsha Thompson. He threatened her with a machete that he kept by the bed and constantly spoke about. He actually went after her with the machete. He threatened her by putting a gun to her and threatening to shoot if she didn't, quote unquote, tell the truth about cheating, what he thought to be cheating. He started telling her that it's not just her, that he would hurt her family members, that he would kill them. He also became increasingly violent toward their young children, in particular their son, who was 6 and 7 years old at this time. He would keep knives hidden around the house and remind her that she may know where some of them are, but she doesn't know where all of them are, and that he could kill her at any time. The evidence will show that a year before the shooting, Marsha and Terry went out golfing with friends and coworkers of Marsha's. Instead of a nice time, Terry Thompson went after an elderly gentleman with a golf club to try and harm him. Marsha was watching the entire time. Terry Thompson blamed Marsha for this event. He believed she was having an affair with one of her coworkers. He punished her. But what was different this time is that Terry Thompson was no longer apologizing. That's a change after all these years. He wasn't apologizing. He was continuing to berate and blame Marsha, and he was unable to let it go. Months were passing. He was continuing to bring it up and start fights and arguments and physical assaults on Marsha because of this incident. Terry Thompson, soon after, called members of Marsha's immediate family, her father, her grandmother, her brother, and told them they would regret it. He would kill them. While Marsha was watching him crying in the background while he made these calls. He forced Marsha to make a sexual harassment complaint against a coworker. She did it. She did whatever he asked. He began contacting her boss to complain about what had happened at the golfing incident. He started calling Marsha even more often at work, incessantly calling and calling and calling, and she better take that call no matter what. He also started following Marsha, stalking her, watching her, and telling her, I am watching you all the time. If I see you with Brandon Steiner, this coworker, I will kill you both. If I see you somewhere you're not supposed to be, I will kill you. Throughout the relationship, but particularly in the last year, Marsha did anything and everything to appease Terry Thompson, to try to calm him down, to get him to move forward, to be sweet with him. But nothing worked. It stopped working. His rage persisted. You will hear from her boss that Marsha was bringing her kids to work every day after school so as not to leave them with Terry Thompson. You will hear that Terry Thompson didn't work. Marsha Thompson did work full-time. She would have to get her kids and bring them there to try to protect them at every moment that she could. In the very early hours of August 9th, 2019, Terry Thompson was driving home. Marsha had to be at work at 6 a.m. But instead of sleeping, she was on the phone with Terry, trying to calm him down while he berated her for not being a good mother, doing enough at home, doing enough for the family, doing good at her job. And again, the golfing incident. By the time he arrived home, he was irate. He came in with a demeanor, with a way about him that Marsha Thompson saw a difference, recognized it, and she knew what was coming. He threw a TV remote at her as she tried to calm him on the couch and hands him a remote so he could watch TV.
Carrie.
He threw the remote at her, hit her in the chest. Marsha continued to try to calm him down. She started to rub his feet. That was something that he liked, and that was something that she generally did in the relationship to help him feel better, to calm him down. She started rubbing his feet, speaking to him sweetly, but nothing worked. He told her. He may have said it before, but it's different this time. This time, I'm going to kill you. Kept repeating it no matter what she did. He knew she had to get to work. He knew she had to get dressed. It's getting close to 5 o'clock in the morning. She didn't want to leave. She didn't want to leave him in that state. She has her 2 children asleep. She doesn't want to leave and go to work. She makes a phone call. She makes a phone call to a coworker to see if someone can cover for her so she doesn't have to go. She's not able to reach anyone. She discusses with him that she has to go to work. He says, I know why you're going over there, and I'll knife him. He's saying, I know you're going to work.
My gosh, this woman suffered. Listening to this, I mean, can you believe what she endured through all these years? I have to hand it to defense counsel. She is doing a tremendous job bringing in what are called these prior bad acts. She got a ruling ahead of time, most likely from the court, so she's putting it before the jury in opening statements. Very, very smart. Primacy and recency wins the day in trial work. And I have to hand it to both of these lawyers, as it is not easy to talk with a stick mic. They have to hold a stick mic because of the audio problems going on in the courtroom. That is not easy to do. You know, when you're not a singer or someone who's doing public speaking for a living, they're lawyers. They're both doing an outstanding job. We're going to hit pause. You're going to see the rest of the defense opening statements live after this.
Hey.
He's saying, I know you're going to work just to be with Brandon Steiner, and I'll knife him. She's at a loss for what to do.
Well, we don't know if he
Can't
pulled
find
the
anyone
trigger
to
because
cover.
they destroyed the
Can't leave
gun,
here and leave my kids alone
Brandy.
with this
And
man. He's continuously saying he's going to kill her.
And
She
again,
leaves to go to the other room, getting dressed. As she's in that room, he's continuously calling out threats to her.
I mean, how you
He
handle a
had
gun
ready
is
access
safe. You shouldn't
to numerous weapons.
point a gun at someone.
He had a machete by the bed that he had used to be violent toward her,
for sure,
and had
but
told her how he would
Moody
use it
said-
against other women in the past as well.
They don't think
He
the
would
same
keep
way.
knives in different places, like we discussed. And in fact, a common place for him to keep a knife was in the couch he was on between the cushions. He had a golf club, which you'll see was in the corner of the room, feet away from him. He had removed the head of the golf club, and that was there to discipline Marcia and the children. There was a gun in the house that he had had access to, and he insisted to always have access to the gun. And he had prior threatened her with that gun. He had ready access to all of this within seconds, and she didn't know what might be in the couch. And the last thing he said to her was, if you come out of that room, I'm going to kill you. By this time, she's dressed, walking out of the room, has her duty weapon on her. And in an act of self-defense, with an imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, Marcia Thompson shot Terry Thompson. She immediately called 911. She proceeded to fully cooperate with the entire investigation with every officer. What you didn't hear is that she told them that she was afraid, that he told her he was going to kill her, that there was a history of violence, that she felt he was going to kill her. She still believed he would have killed her, that she acted in self-defense. You will hear testimony from a forensic psychologist, a Dr. Michael Brannon, who will explain to you what battered women's syndrome or battered spouse syndrome is, the research in the field, and his evaluation of Marcia Thompson. He will testify that as the syndrome relates to self-defense, the battered woman's perception of imminent danger is affected by her experiences in the abusive relationship. That a battered woman will be reasonably in fear of death or great bodily harm in a situation that another person who was not the victim of repeat abuse would not. Dr. Brannon will explain the cycle of violence, the attack, the violence, the apology, the period of peace,
Sorry, I thought y'all missed the
and how a
ceiling fan.
victim of domestic violence is affected over time. He will testify as to why a battered woman would feel that leaving a relationship is impossible. Dr. Brannon will also testify that a battered woman, as a means of survival, develops a sense of what is happening with her abuser. How upset is he? How bad will the abuse be? Is this different? Is this worse? Marsha Thompson wasn't fed up because of a night where she was forced to stay up awake before work to argue with her husband again. She was the victim of abuse for many, many years. She was exhausted and in horrible, unbearable fear. Terry Thompson was telling her he was going to kill her. She could see it was different. With the escalating violence and the violence in front of others, he was losing control of himself. She knew he was going to kill her. He had every ability to kill her. She couldn't leave her children there like that. She couldn't just let herself be killed. She had to protect her life. She had to protect her children's life.
Get under there.
We ask that you pay very close attention to the evidence in this case. No one will decide whether Marsha Thompson defended herself except for you. No one can decide for you or interpret the law for you. You will apply the law and you will decide if Marsha Thompson reasonably believed that she was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm. Don't be distracted by crime scene evidence where Marsha Thompson has always admitted that she shot Terry Thompson. Once you hear and see the evidence, you will know that Marsha Thompson defended herself. We trust that you will return the only just verdict, a verdict of not guilty.
Okay, so just put this in perspective, okay? Think about this for a second. As Gwen, you're saying that you're a firm believer that two wrongs don't make a right. It's hard to understand. Okay, so if any of us have ever been a battered woman, I have been a battered woman. My son's father tried to stab me in the stomach with scissors while I was pregnant. He was horrible to me. My father was very abusive. So good point, Gwen, that you pick people, men, much like your father. I'm very thankful and blessed that now I have a man who loves me more than anything and puts up with all of my shenanigans and all of these health issues I've been having ever since I turned 50 for whatever damn reason. But yeah, so I had a very, very abusive relationship. And I can tell you that if there's a moment when they're still and they're asleep or they're not beating you, if that's a moment that you can get that SOB, that's your moment. Because you can't get them while they're beating you. And the cops don't help. No one helps you. You think they're going to help you, but no one helps you. And you are at your wit's end. So I know that they were together for 20 years, but when you have kids, with kids, it's different. I don't know what it is, but you also don't have any self-esteem, no security. You don't feel like you can make it. You have been beat down and brainwashed to think that you can't survive, or there is something, oddly enough, holding you and keeping you there because you don't have any support system. And when you don't have a support system, that is all you know. That is it. That is all you have. And especially when there's kids involved. Yeah, it's terrible, KL. You're right. And it with my situation, my son's father, sperm donor, I call him, his family is who had a hold on me. His family is who helped me, was, I say help very, very loosely, with my son. If not for them and their money, as we all know, money makes the world go round. If it weren't for them and the money, because I had nothing, so it's hard. It's really, really hard. The things that you will put up with for your children, for your child, is amazing. So don't think for a second there weren't times when I looked at that sorry piece of crap and thought, okay, he's asleep. But then you have to think about your kid. You have to think, is it worth it? I have this other person I have to think about. And clearly she got to her point where she just couldn't take it anymore. So, yeah, the blue-eyed butcher, I do, and I remember the burning bed. I remember, the Tracy, I can't remember her last name, her story where he drug her down the stairs, like, she was paralyzed. She, because the cops don't do anything. They come and they're like, uh, you can't do anything. The cops have to see something happening. I mean, I went to work one time where I had a dislocated shoulder and he broke bones in my eye, and I had to wear uh I wore a flamingo. Remember I don't even know if you guys remember, they make these band-aids that are like clear, but they have these fun little characters on them. So I wore this flamingo band-aid to cover my eye to work. I bartended at the time, and he beat me the whole way to work in the truck. And when I got to work, I couldn't hardly move. He dropped me off at work, and my work, I told them I had a seizure and hit the table. And they saw him and they called the cops because they knew I didn't have a seizure and hit the table. Yeah, if you don't have support and you don't have a way out, that's in your mind, that's your only way out. Is get this person has to get still, and you take it and you take it and you take it as long as you can take it. And then there comes a breaking point, and it could be 5 days, 5 years, 20 years. Yeah. It's that's 100 times. Brandy, my ass would be tired. I would be like, I don't have 5 times in me, much less 100. But that's some hate. That's some anger. That is some, yeah, that is some, like, I want you to feel every single time you hurt me. I want you to feel it. Yeah. Yeah, because society does not understand, um and it's not just men on women. Women do the same thing to men. It's just not as shared. But it that happens. Yeah, so you can't you don't know until you're in the situation, how much you can take. And the body's an amazing thing. The mind is an amazing thing. But what you will take for your children, for your just to it's a lot. It's a lot. So I do believe in the battered women's thing, because I know people are like, why didn't she just leave? Why didn't, men are always the first ones to say that. Why didn't she just leave? She could have gone away. She could have asked for help. She could have done this, that, and the other. It's not that easy. It is really not that easy, because uh my son's grandparents had a hold, hi Jenny, on me, that I couldn't get away from. I was completely and utterly dependent upon them. And when you're completely and utterly dependent on someone, you can't just leave. So it is not that easy. So it allows those people to continuously abuse you emotionally, mentally, physically. So yeah, it took me years and years and years. It took me until I met my boyfriend now to grow a pair, if for lack of a better term, because he stood up for me. He was like, no, this is not going to continue. And he was the one who he could not be bought. Let me put it that way. I had boyfriends after my son's sperm donor, and they were very involved, his grandparents, in my life. And they would basically buy my boyfriends. They would buy them gifts, extravagant things, this, that, and the other. And they were very ingrained in my life. But my boyfriend now, he could not be bought. Anything, they would buy him expensive things for Christmas, things like that, and he would just give it back. He would say, no, thanks. And when they realized he could not be bought, they did not know what to do. They didn't know how to handle him. And they realized, oh crap, we've met our match. Oh, thanks, Gwen. Yeah, so if she did that, yeah, I can understand it. I'm looking for anything about Samantha Woll. It's just not anything new. I'm hoping we're going to have a celebration. Yeah, I don't know how old the kids are now, because it's been 4 years. So I wonder if the kids are old enough now. Yeah, the world definitely needs more God and more love, because we are having a rough time. Have y'all ever had anything like medically wrong with you, or you have something wrong with you, and you go to the doctor a million times and they tell you that there's nothing wrong with you, and you just start to believe that you're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs crazy, but you're in a lot of pain. You're in pain, people, and your doctors are looking at you like, no, there's nothing wrong. I'm telling you, I don't know what the heck is going on with me, y'all, but I mean, seriously. My body hates me. What is going on now? Sorry. There we go. Yeah, I mean, right. Oh my gosh, LaDonna, what's going on with you? What's going on? What's happening? What's wrong with women? This is how I know God is not a woman, y'all. God is not a woman because our bodies go through purity hell. And I mean, like, seriously, and every doctor looks at you like you got 3 heads. It's like, tell me what the problem is. Fix it. You're a doctor. Fix it. And they don't know what it is. They can't find it. Ugh. No, I don't have, my blood work is perfect. Yeah, no, I have a rod and pins in my left ankle, but that's not where my pain is. My pain is in my kidney and my upper abdominal right area, and I'm talking about this crap hurts. Yeah, everybody just looks at you like, you're some abnormal weirdo. If we're a one of a kind masterpiece, this masterpiece is broken. I'm serious. The day I turned 50, my body turned around and punched me in the face and said, "No, no more. You're done." I mean, I can't even exercise right now. And they keep saying everything I look up is like exercise, exercise, exercise. I can't exercise right now. I'm in too much dang pain. And they keep telling me to go to a pain management doctor. What does that mean? You don't know what's causing the pain, so how can I go to a pain management doctor? I wouldn't be jealous if I was an angel. I wouldn't want to put up with all that shenanigans.
When a 56-year-old
Yeah, I don't want to go to pain management. They don't know what's wrong with me. So how can you give me pain medication for something that you don't know what's causing it? That doesn't make any sense. Oh no, I can't even get any medicine from my doctor. My doctor's like, "I can't give you any pain medicine." And I'm like, "I'm at the doctor." He's like, "You'll have to go to the emergency room if you're in that much pain." I'm still not seeing anything for. Man, they are really, really. No, I don't want pain medication, but I have been taking the gummies, but like I said, the gummies make me stupid. Yeah, I take the gummies. So get this. So I went to Arizona, right? And I got the real gummies because they have the real stuff in Arizona. It's legal there. It's not legal here in Texas. And I my sister was like, "Don't take those back to Texas with you," but I did. I brought them back on the plane, and I get stopped at TSA, and TSA is like, "Is this your bag, ma'am?" I said, "Yes," and he goes, "You forgot to take your computer out." So I brought my gummies back, but I don't think I need the full on kind of gummies because those just make me not. They don't make me make sense. I know, right? That's what I'm doing is like checking the news outlets in Detroit. Mine make me feel. It makes me feel like I'm crawling out of my skin. It makes me feel like I'm not in my own body. Like I'm like floating. And then it makes me hungry. And I'm never hungry. And I just want to munch on stuff. And I don't need to be munching on anything, as you can see by this. I don't know what's happening right here, right now. Scott Peterson, attorney, battle over which lab will test new DNA evidence. Does it matter? You actually won to get the DNA tested. Wow, Jenny. Yeah, I'm never hungry, and it makes me want to eat all the time. Oh my gosh. Okay, so it's 2:05 there. So y'all know she's going to let them go at 3:45 if they don't come up with a verdict today. This can't possibly be. So, what I'm told about the jury is that the jury is very mixed. They're a mixed jury. So, that's good. They have been paying close attention through the entire trial until the very end. You could tell they were getting very tired, which is what I said that the prosecution was going to do, was try to wear them down. But as you can tell in the jury room, it seems to be that they're paying very close attention to yeah, Gwen, I love my gummies. If I now that I've got used to eating them, taking them, I just don't know how to not take them, like how to get the right dose and how to be patient for them to kick in. Cuz I love gummies. Like I just eat them like candy. Like last night I was foobarred. I do not know how or what I was doing. And these weren't like the Arizona gummies. These were just the Delta 9, Delta 8, the ones that are legal in Texas. Oh, Jenny, you don't even know. Once you get started. But what's sad is if you've never taken one and you take one, you're like, oh, I don't feel anything. Nothing's happening. So you take another one and you're like, I still don't feel anything. And you take another one, and then before you know it, that first one starts hitting, and then the second one hits, and that third one hits, and then you're just a complete dummy. And then you realize what a complete dummy you are. Yeah, the real truth of being just a dummy. Oh. I hope YouTube gives me back my status. A human reviewer will watch all appeal videos. Darn it. Oh, they make good ones for sleep, Jenny. Jenny is in South Africa, Brandy. Brandy's an OG. What am I looking for? I'm looking for something. Oh. Well, darn it, Brandy. If I'd known you then, last week, they gave, when you go to the store here, or you go to the store in Arizona, you spend a certain amount. We got a whole bag of like free hybrid stuff. It was really strong, but we just gave it away. because we're not OGs. Oh, my dog finally decided to get water. Yeah, all they keep talking about is the Alec Baldwin trial. I love the way that she called herself as a witness. And she got served. Still nothing. Why do you have to walk many times a night? Is it safe to walk there many times a night? Oh my gosh. Please come back with a verdict. Oh my goodness. Oh no. So you will wake up. You will just not know what the heck you're doing. Hey, Daddy's the champ. How are you? Yes, we all feel he's innocent. We're just wondering what's taking the jury so long to come back with innocent. I mean, we're happy they're doing their due diligence, but we're hoping that they're going to come back and say not guilty. But even if they're still deadlocked, I don't think that I don't think that the prosecution has enough evidence to try him again. They could dismiss the charges, or they could um, uh, set another court date. But they could dismiss the charges. It's called with or without prejudice, which means they could charge him again. Okay, with prejudice means it has been permanently dismissed. So without prejudice means they can come back and try him again. Yeah. So if they dismiss it without prejudice, that means they can bring the case back if they find new evidence that might help them win this time. So, yeah. Where are you from, Daddy's the champ? Yeah, Jeff, I feel like if they had, well, what's crazy is this used to be national attention. please like, subscribe to my channel, Daddy's a Champ, because I have a series that I'm doing on Samantha Woll. I'm up to part 10 right now, and I'm just going to keep doing the series until I figure out. I want to know who killed her. I want to actually find out who actually did it. I think that the synagogue is very shady. I think that, thank you, Daddy's a Champ. What part of Florida? I love Florida. We're actually thinking about moving to Florida. But we're from the South originally, and it is very hot and humid, and there's tornadoes and hurricanes there, and I don't know if I really miss it that much. But that synagogue is riding off her coattails. They're riding off of her name. They're riding off of her image. They're still making millions of dollars. If it's not a jealousy killing, it's I don't know. I'm kind of in conspiracies and stuff, so I feel like it is it's a jealousy killing of some sort, whether it be a boyfriend jealousy killing or a power jealousy killing, because Samantha held a lot of power. She held a lot of stuff that a lot of people possibly wanted. Oh yeah, a lot of people from the north moved down to Florida. Either A, for politics, or B, because it's warm and there's no snow down there. Yeah, I think it's someone who knew her and knew her townhouse, because I believe that the person tried to escape through the basement. That's why you only see blood droplets to a certain point in the basement, because they noticed that basement door was chain locked, and they couldn't get out because the basement door was a communal hallway. So I feel like when they saw that that was locked, that they had to go out the way they came in. So also because the key was left on the ground outside to her door, the extra key, and the key lock box was unlocked. So it had to be someone who either knew how to get a key or had a key, or someone she came in with, or quite possibly it was someone, there was someone already there waiting for her, because we haven't heard about any movement on her ADT system prior to her coming home. They haven't talked about that. They haven't talked about anything other than movement on her ADT from the time she got home. They haven't talked about anything prior to. So we don't know if someone was in her house before. All we're getting is what the prosecution wants us to get. So I feel like it's definitely someone that knew her. And I think the way they've painted her is as this saint, this perfect person. And granted, she was a good person. I wouldn't take that away from her. I don't know her, so I obviously can't say anything. But I feel like there's other powers at play here. So, and after researching the synagogue and hearing and seeing that the synagogue was a condemned building, it was on its last leg. They were looking to sell it or get rid of it because it was basically, like I said, condemned. It was dangerous, and they were allowing, yeah, they were allowing people of all kinds in the synagogue at one time. Then Samantha came along. She helped rebuild the synagogue, make all the money. They started getting millions of dollars worth of donors, big name people, a lot of real estate people. They started to rebuild the synagogue, rebuild downtown Detroit. gentrify it, as they say, or if I'm not saying it correctly. But now they have turned downtown Detroit into a gentrified area and pushed out all the people who can't afford to live there. And they're appealing to young Jewish families. But I will say, after speaking with David, a lot of the Jews that they're bringing in to downtown Detroit also still can't afford to live in downtown Detroit now that they have upped the cost of living, upped the real estate, upped all the things. So they've cleaned up downtown Detroit to get in people with money, but most of those people still don't live there or can afford to live there. So all the work they're doing, he's saying, may not last. Because they don't want to raise, it's still not safe to raise their families there. I mean, you have Martin Luther King Elementary School there. Yeah, so I've done some research. I have one of my videos actually has a floor plan of her house before they sold it. I did a sort of tried to do a layout of her house, where she was at, how she was possibly stabbed. I want to do a reenactment of the actual crime scene and see if I can figure out how she was stabbed, where she was stabbed, the possibilities. Did it start in the kitchen? Did it start in the living room? Most of the blood pool is in the hallway. I want to know. They're using her pictures on the synagogue website. Also, she was a feminist. She was a Democrat. She worked on many major campaigns. She knew a lot of people, Governor Whitmer, whatever her name is, Rashida Tlaib, which, we know about that. She worked on Dana Nasser's campaign. She created a synagogue that was mostly women, a female rabbi, female executive director, female. The whole synagogue is basically female. It's all feminist. They now have security. They have, which of course the Israel Hamas thing, they charge. Did you know that Jewish synagogues charge a membership? So it's like only the best of the best, richie of the richest can go to the synagogue. So when they have political meetings and stuff at the synagogue, they actually, their numbers look like they have 400 plus families in their congregation. But if you watch Isaac Agree's videos, their live synagogue services, there's like 20 people in them, because on paper they look like they have a lot of members, but in real life, the people who actually go to the synagogue, there's not very many. So this synagogue went from 0 people, like 10, 20, 100, to then now it has over 400 members. But those people don't go to that synagogue. They're just members of the synagogue to make it look good on paper. And then the foundations that are giving money to the synagogue are giving millions of dollars. Yeah, I know. I had no idea. So I'm learning so much about the Jews, the way they operate. I know it sounds crazy, but they do have a way they operate. They also, when they have these big events, like next month, they're having a huge block party in the name of Samantha, because they're finally finishing the rooftop of the synagogue, which is where they want to do wedding events. The 3rd and 4th floors of this synagogue are office spaces and work spaces that they are leasing out for, well-to-do tech people. The synagogue is basically mainly an event space now. They have their synagogue where they do their services, but the rest of the time they got to make money. So the synagogue is basically downtown to make money. So they do bar mitzvahs, they do events, political events, all of that stuff. So it's basically a political moneymaker. And some of the sponsors of this synagogue are real estate developers. So they have bought up the real estate around the synagogue. And that also is how they are pushing out the people in Detroit so they can bring in more rich Jewish people, white people, in order to bring Detroit to a place that they want people to find appealing. So it either could have been, if you want to put your tinfoil hat on, it could have been that Samantha was very involved in this Democratic liberal rebuild of downtown Detroit. And, you don't get to talk to people at this synagogue like Samantha. Samantha used to be very approachable, very available at the synagogue before all this money came rolling in. And now there are people you have to go through to get to people. You can't just talk to Samantha anymore at the synagogue. She's not as available. So maybe she didn't fall in line. Maybe she started to see that things weren't as welcoming. It wasn't everyone's welcome anymore. It's only if you have money, because, you'll look at pictures on their website and you'll see people of all colors, people, it looks like, of all walks of life at their synagogue. That's not how it is. That synagogue only allows people who have the money and the status to come there. They say they're all inclusive and all that kind of stuff, but they're not. So what they will do is when they have big events like that block party next month, they'll have people from all over, and they'll call people and they'll say, hey, we'll pay you to come to the synagogue, because they got big people coming. They want it to look like a lot of people come to synagogue and that they have a lot more members than they actually have. So they will do that. It's crazy. So it could be a jealous boyfriend. It could be with power and status come jealousy. So it could be someone who is jealous of her power and status. It could be a jealous boyfriend. It could be a number of things, but I know it's not Michael Jackson Bolanos. Yeah, it actually is. It's not what I expected to learn. That's for sure. Yeah, it will be interesting. They're doing this block party in her honor, and they're naming something in her name. I think it might be that fourth, the rooftop thing. They might name after her. But again, like I'm saying, they are making a ton of money still off of Samantha Woll. So how convenient that someone who was so beloved, because that's what they're saying, she's so beloved, she's so well liked, she's all of these things. Would they sacrifice someone like her to just keep making money? Was there was there like a block? Did they come up to a dead end in the money making at the time she died? Was it convenient that Hamas attacked Israel 2 weeks before she died? And this just was like, ooh, opportunity. I mean, I don't know. I could tinfoil hat this all day. It just seems kind of strange. So there's a lot of money involved, a lot of money at stake. And what's crazy is there are other townhomes in her complex that are for sale. Hers sold already. It sold last week, 2 weeks ago, off the market for $380,000. There's another one for sale that it has a better kitchen, that one's not sold. Who would want to buy her townhome? So I'm interested. I want to see if I can find out who bought her townhome because it's public record, I think. So I'm just interested. Right. Yeah. 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 Daddy's a champ. I mean, you, why, someone was killed there. It was all over. And the other crazy thing too is that this was international news because when Gwen kept saying watch this case, I was like, what are you talking about? And then I looked it up and I was like, holy crap, I remember this. This came out on national news. Like this was a big deal. And then it's been silent. It's been crickets. It's been nothing. And why? Why is it silent? Why is there no coverage? Why is Court TV or Law and Crime not covering this case? And I've been tagging Court TV in every single one of my videos, and now Court TV is doing little snippets of this case suddenly, but they're not covering it. They're just doing snippets. So I will tell you this, the way Michael Jackson Bolanos, so the difference, we can look at the difference. I can show you Jeff because I used to do this for a living. Let's see. Yeah, but it's not covered. It's not covered at all, which is really sad. So this guy, he's going to take the stand.
All right, day 4, more drama at the trial of the man accused of murdering Jewish community leader Samantha Woll. Called to the witness stand, Woll's ex-boyfriend, who called police and said he felt responsible for Woll's murder. Let's bring in Sean Lay following the trial for us. Explain what was behind that sentiment, Sean.
Yeah, a lot to go dig on here, Devin.
I want it to pop up. I don't know why it's not popping up.
You were in the Kalamazoo police station. Called your mother, or you had a conversation with your mother, right?
I don't know why it's not playing. Now it's going to play, hopefully.
For the record, Mr. Jackson Bolanos is present. Our also present our 12 jurors returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So you deliberated most.
Oh, it's not that.
Wednesday.
Okay, anyway, if y'all saw the difference between Jeff Herbstman on the stand, where he was all like, shrunk in, like, closed off, very quiet, very sheepish. That is a liar. That is someone who is hiding something. that is someone who is doesn't want you to see all of what he's trying to, anything at all. He's being very deceptive. Michael Jackson Bolanos on the stand was wide open. He didn't have his arms crossed. He didn't have his hands in his lap. He didn't have any of that. He was he was sitting with his chest out, his legs open, his hands on his arms wide open. Everything was wide open, which means he had nothing to hide. He was not trying to be deceptive in any way. So there's a big difference in the way that Jeff Herbstman took the stand and the way that Michael Jackson Bolanos took the stand. And if people understand how to read body language, how to read deceptive behavior as opposed to non-deceptive behavior, Michael Jackson Bolanos was very open, very easy. He'd never raised his voice, nor did Jeff Herbstman, but Jeff Herbstman also did the whole, all right, you got me. Like you finally got a little bit out of Jeff Herbstman as opposed to Michael Jackson Bolanos. Right. Yeah. Yeah, and then also Daddy's a Champ, I'm thinking like why didn't they ask for, or we don't know, but they could have asked for him to do a lie detector test, even though it's not admissible in court, but they could have had him do a lie detector test in Kalamazoo or whatever. But even the Detroit officer in chief goes there to Kalamazoo and lets him call his mommy, and then also a panic attack. I'm sorry to tell you, like, but that's not a panic attack. I don't know my name when I'm having a panic attack. I don't know how to spell my name. I don't know how to give you my address. I certainly don't know ahead of time to call my psychiatrist and be like, hey, I'm having a panic attack. Can you call me back? I call my therapist like after the fact, like, hey, I had a really rough day, or I had a rough, 5 or 10 minutes. I need to schedule an appointment. But I'm not calling before, like pre-attack. I'm not calling my therapist going, "Hey, I think I'm going to have a panic attack. We need to talk." That's not how that works. Yeah, it's hard to get into. I've written a lot of people, Kirsten. It's really hard to get in touch with those people, but they're so big. Some of those channels are so big. It's really hard. But I can tell you, being, again, like I said, I'm not trained in the same technique, but I do know the read technique in interviews and interrogations. But their technique is much harsher than the technique I was trained in. But the body language is the same. As soon as someone closes their bodies off with either an arm fold or anything that shuts them away, or they or they turn away, or they anything that causes their bodies to move away from you, or changes if they put their heads down. A lot of times Jeff put his head down. A lot of times Jeff was just curled up, like if he could be in the fetal position in that chair, he would have been in the fetal position in that chair. Because he had his hands between his legs. He was playing with his hands a lot. That's a sign of nervousness. It's a sign of anxiety. It's a sign of that's how they deal. It's a coping mechanism. it's a sign of deception. So there's a lot of things that Jeff was doing while he was on the stand that were definitely signs of deception and definitely signs of discomfort, obviously, because he was taking the stand. And a lot of when he was speaking, there was a lot of pauses. So when you think about how many pauses he had before he answered, is because he was trying to be very careful with his answers because he does have immunity on the stand. So he wanted to be very careful as to how he answered those questions. Yeah. So the thing about Michael, like Michael was totally relaxed. He was just like, yeah, let's go. Let's get this. Ask away. What you got? I mean, if Michael could have been leaned back, like I think he kind of was, like he was kind of like leaning back in the chair. Like this was, he was comfortable. He was calm. He was relaxed. So, oh my gosh, Daddy's the champ, man. I would have felt so uncomfortable in a wide open chair like that. I think everyone felt uncomfortable in that chair, but Michael was like, let's go. Throw it at me. And he never broke. Like he never let the prosecution get to him. So, but yes, it is much easier to read their body language. They can't hide the bottom half of their body, so you could definitely see the body language. The interrogation, I do a breakdown in one of my videos of the interrogation. The interrogation was crap. It was so bad. The interrogation, they didn't have any evidence when they interrogated Michael, which made it even worse. Yeah, totally open, calm, nothing to it. It didn't even seem rehearsed. I mean, Brandy, I'm telling you, if they don't, I don't want them to rush, but I don't want them to come back, with a bad verdict. I just want them to come back with the right, just verdict. But the interrogation, when they very first brought Michael in, they didn't have any evidence. The white cop definitely didn't know what he was talking about. He had no idea. He was just kind of hanging on for dear life. Sorry, my dog is about to pop off. He hears the dumpster man. He hates dump trucks. But he didn't know what was going on. All he had were those pictures. And the thing is, when they interrogated him, they didn't even give him a date. They didn't say, so when you interrogate someone, you should be like, I should be painting you into a corner or make you paint yourself into a corner. So I'd be like, hey, Daddy's a champ. Where were you October 21st, 2023? And no, there's no videos of Jeffrey being interrogated that we know of. That's why I've asked for all the information regarding this case. So hopefully they'll send me. I don't know how much it's going to cost now that I'm demonetized. I don't know if I can. But I'd be like, where were you this date and this time? And then of course you're going to be like, I don't know, or I was watching a movie, or I was at my girl's house, or I was, whatever. And then that's when you're like, lie. Okay. And then you kind of just start asking more questions to kind of paint a picture. And that's how you get information and you get people to basically lie. Well, hopefully we won't need them after they come out with the verdict. We're hoping that the next step is we're just going to need really good investigators. Of Jeff being interrogated? Let me see. Sorry, I just put my hand over it. Move, lay down. Lay down. I know. I know. Where's Jeff's interrogation? Because I only see the one where he's calling his mom. Oh, and also, Daddy's the Champ, in case you didn't know, on the synagogue video, they have clearly forgiven Jeff. They've allowed him back in the fold of the synagogue, and he was allowed to hold the Torah a couple of Saturdays ago. So I'm curious to see how the block party is going to go with Jeff there, because they have brought him back in, and he's all good to go. And also, the sister, Sam's sister, told the police that Aaron, one of the other guys that Samantha was supposedly seeing, was stalking Samantha. And then when she got on the stand, she said that she didn't mean to use the word stalking, or stalking was kind of a strong word. But why would you say someone's stalking your sister if you didn't mean it? And she said on the stand that now she's gotten to know Aaron, and he's a really good guy. And I'm like, what? She's like, well, I didn't know Aaron at first, so now I know him, and he's a really good guy. So I didn't mean to use the word stalking. Yeah, so it's not really an interrogation for Jeff. He didn't really get interrogated. I think because he said, well, I don't know if it's because he said he had a lawyer, because, Michael asked for a lawyer twice, and he didn't get that luxury. And I don't think that Jeff was under arrest. So if that counts for Jeff to get a phone call and get a lawyer, if he wasn't technically under arrest, I don't know, because I didn't see him handcuffed. I didn't see them reading him his rights. And Michael asked for a lawyer twice, and Sergeant Ford would not let him have a lawyer. Yeah, I don't think it has more coverage, because I think the Jewish community doesn't want it to have more coverage. I think it's not convenient for them. And think about it, the synagogue is making millions. They can't have this. Also, think about this as well. Samantha was a huge social justice warrior. She was huge about, like, this would not be up her alley. Blaming a black man for murdering a white woman, she would be all up and down the streets fighting against this. So this is not her jam. This goes against everything Samantha stood for. So I don't believe this is. It even says in her obituary that she fought for injustice, and this is not it. So this, yeah, they are very big about how they look, the money. It all boils down to money. This would be, I think it's they're talking about it a lot in Detroit, but they're definitely not talking about it outside of Detroit. And keep in mind, Daddy's a Champ, that they did a White House press conference about this murder. Yeah. So what's crazy is, just from talking to her friends and people that knew her, they didn't know all about all of this stuff about her life. Obviously, this all comes out in court until her gay best friend put all her business out there. Like, people are shocked. So it's been very devastating to hear that she was quite the promiscuous girl and was living her best life, right? So that's not what everybody wanted to hear. So I think that it's, man, y'all, it's coming on 3 o'clock there. Anything from anybody up there in Michigan? Because I'm watching, I'm keeping it on the. Well, so he was there for 72 hours. He had a lawyer. She will send them home at 3:45. So if they don't get a verdict in the next 50 minutes. Yeah, he knows. He knows, LaDonna. Trust me, he knows. Yeah, I've sent him a couple of care packages. I didn't send him one last week because I was hoping they were going to have a verdict. No, I sent him one I've sent him one every week except last week because I thought he would be home. So well, so the prosecution put in a lesser charge. And then Brian did an amazing job with that lying to the police charge when he said, he can't have lied to the police because they were charging him with murder. And he didn't lie to them when he said, I didn't kill her, because as far as he's concerned, he's being charged with murder. And he said he didn't do it. So you can't charge him with something he said he didn't do. A care package is after taxes and fees or whatever is like $35. The care package is really garbage, but it's the only choice you have is what they give you. So if he doesn't like anything, I just really sent it so if he could trade or something like that, because they do that in jail. But I hate to. I'm afraid I don't want to send I didn't want to send a care package last week because I was hoping he would get to go home. So I didn't want to send a care package thinking that he would be there. And I don't want to send him one this week because I don't want him to be there. So it's a catch-22. But he is very thankful that there are people looking out for him. He is really thought he was all alone. I wonder. Hi, Elizabeth. Welcome. No, his attorneys are court appointed. His attorney's doing a good job, I think. Man, it's just bad. This is just bad. Like, well, his attorneys asked for this trial to go when it did. They wanted a speedy trial. There is method to the madness. So if you think about it, they wanted the trial to go quickly because they knew the prosecution didn't have the evidence they needed, and it forces the prosecution to have to kind of rush and get this trial ready, because whether they're ready or not, they had to go. So if you think about it, the prosecution had to throw together what they threw together to try to prove that Michael did this, and they don't have it. There's too many holes in their case. So even though it seems like it went fast, it there was method to the madness for the defense to say, let's go to trial now. That's why when you heard the jailhouse calls where Michael's like, why can't we go to trial sooner? That's why they wanted to go to trial sooner, because they knew that the prosecution didn't have the case they needed ready. So Brian Brown, awesome attorney. I've talked to him. He is really great. He's doing an amazing job. He knows his client is innocent, and he's fighting for that. So he's doing a really good job. Yeah, I mean, I've not seen a defense attorney work as hard as Brian Brown has. Yeah. And that forensic pathologist that they brought, that they didn't have to pay, which is really good, because he used to be the medical examiner in Detroit. And then he moved to Oakland County. But he said that the autopsy was incomplete. So for those of y'all that don't know, Samantha was killed on October 21st. Her body was found at 6:20 in the morning. It laid out there for I don't know how many hours while they were investigating the scene. And then they did the autopsy. Her funeral was October 22nd at 3 p.m. Now, who and how can you do an autopsy and release the body to the family and have a funeral at 3 p.m. the next day? It seems kind of strange to me. I get it. It's Detroit and you have a lot of murders and you're probably pushing through autopsies like, you're working a line, but that seems kind of crazy. There's just nothing. I don't understand. I'm getting worried.
They have a strong case, but don't underestimate.
So everybody's anxiously waiting outside the courtroom. They're waiting to be called in. But still nothing. It's just silence. Yeah, we're definitely not on our own time. We're on God's time, that's for sure. Who do you think Trump is going to pick as his vice president? It better be Vivek, is all I know. That's who I'm aiming for.
I don't have any doubt how it's going to go. It's going to go. It's going to be a not guilty verdict. I don't think that.
Everybody keeps saying that.
Not only Mr. Jackson Delano.
They're gonna say that because, oh, you think so? I love Vivek. I wanted to work on his campaign if he was going to get enough votes.
Evidence and answers while the Secret Service is facing questions.
Still nothing. Man, y'all got all kinds of stuff going on in Michigan. I'm glad I'm not in Michigan.
Tracy Forrest.
Okay, there's no news. No news. No news. We're still waiting. Okay. So I'm also waiting for the Lindsay Clancy trial to come up. Is she still paralyzed? Can she talk? Do y'all know who Lindsay Clancy is? Lindsay Clancy is the mother that she had 3 children. She killed all of her children and then tried to kill herself while she sent her husband out to go get dinner. And she was a nurse. She had 3 kids, pretty much, I guess you could say, pretty close together, these kids. And she was suffering postpartum depression. And she was on different kinds of medications, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, she sent her husband to go get dinner somewhere. And in the time he was gone, she killed all her kids with those bands, exercise bands, and yeah, she strangled them all. And then she tried to kill herself by jumping off the balcony, and she ended up paralyzing herself instead, which, that would be just my luck. But that's what she did. So was in the hospital. I can relate to postpartum. I don't know how many people here can relate to postpartum. It sucks. Just like the chick in Texas who drowned all 5 of her kids. Also, I used to think Susan Smith had postpartum. That chick is just crazy. She's getting out. She's being paroled. That chick is crazy. I don't think she should be paroled. I don't think she should ever be around children. Yeah. I used to think that Susan Smith was going through postpartum because she had 2 kids very close together and she was really young, but she's nutso. No, she has not. But Lindsay Clancy, I don't know when her trial's going to be. And then there's the other woman who shot both of her boys. She was young, but she shot both of her boys, but she wasn't suffering postpartum depression. That girl, I don't know what happened to her, but she just shot her kids. And then she ran out of the house and went to a neighbor's and said she accidentally shot them. How do you accidentally shoot your kids? And then also I was thinking about that Howington woman that I covered that tried to claim that her 2-year-old got the gun from the top of her closet, like scooted a chair and got the gun from the top of her closet. First of all, let me just say, after I've rethunk this, a 2-year-old AY. Yes, but the 2-year-old supposedly scooched up a stool to her closet, took the gun out of the top of her closet, and supposedly shot his sister. Yeah, she sent him like half an hour away to get dinner. And then by the time he came back, yeah, the Howington chick, her son, 2 years old now. So I will just tell you, like a gun that is loaded, now a non-loaded gun weighs like a couple pounds, okay? But a 2-year-old, you're telling me, is standing on a stool and is reaching at the top of a closet and gets this gun off the top of a closet. If he's able to do that, okay, it's loaded. That gun is heavy if it's loaded, y'all. I don't know if y'all carry guns, but a loaded gun in a purse puts so much weight. Okay, so if a 2-year-old pulls a gun off top of a shelf that's loaded, that kid is not getting the gun without dropping it and possibly dropping it on his head. So, no, that theory does not match. And if the kid got the gun out of the closet and managed to hold the gun and get down off the stool and then walk back into the living room with said gun, there's no way he could hold this gun and pull the trigger. There's no way. because the recoil for even a grown person, even an adult, is unless you know how to properly shoot a gun, is there. The recoil is there. For a 2-year-old, like I don't think it's possible for a 2-year-old, even with two hands, to hold a gun and pull the trigger and shoot without the recoil coming back. Yeah, Diane Downs, all the crazy people. Andrea Yates, that chick had like a lot of mental health issues. But these people with all this is craziness. Yeah, the Howington trial was crazy. She was all crying and stuff and whatever. Like, yeah, you're crying now. Yeah, I did the Howington case. It's on my channel. But I did some demonstrations about a gun and a 2-year-old holding a gun. But then, of course, now that I'm thinking back on it, I didn't even think about like how a 2-year-old would even get a loaded gun off of the top of a shelf without possibly, like, there's no way a 2-year-old could get a gun off the top of a shelf. I mean, that's not even a thing. Yeah, the Howington case didn't get as many views as I thought it would get, which I'm surprised. But that was just a hot mess. It didn't even make any sense to me. Yeah, she was crying. I think she even testified. I'm like, what the heck? None of her story made any sense. It's just so sad. I think it was in Tennessee. Yeah. But a 2-year-old can't do that. I mean, it's just not a thing. It's not a thing. The recoil would, I don't even know how a 2-year-old would hold it, but if the 2-year-old held it like he thinks he may have saw in movies or something, the recoil on that would have hit him right. He would have a broken nose or something, because there's no way he could have held it to do that. And they even had a guy get on the stand that said that they had tested as young as 3 years old. I saw a snippet of that, Jenny. That I saw a snippet of it, but I didn't watch it because I was like, what the heck did I just read? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it does not make sense. The stuff that is going on. Yeah, it's like there's no trials going on, but I know there's trials. There's trials going on somewhere. They're just not big enough for Law and Crime and Court TV to pick up. That doesn't make any sense. Everybody's too busy talking about Trump and the shooting. I get it. It's a sad day. It's a sad time for America for that to have happened. Yeah, who had the door to that house? Somebody had the door to that house. Some famous person had the door to Sharon Tate's house. And he sold it, or he sold the house. He had it in his house. It's really weird. I don't think I'd want that door. That's a horrific crime that he did, or inadvertently did. And it's always the weirdos. Like, seriously, would you follow someone like Charles Manson? I mean, look at Jonestown. What the heck? Like, what kind of desperate life are you living that you follow someone like that to a whole nother country? It's just weird. I don't understand the cult mentality. It's just really strange to me. Well, heck, they paroled the guy who shot RFK. Oh yeah, they ate too many gummies. Well, were they loaded up on that stuff when they went to court? Because they were when they were in court, they were still like, Charlie. Weird. So weird. Oh. Yeah, I guess back then you could get away with that. You can't get away with that now. I don't know. Just super weird. Okay, nothing yet from court. Yep, you sure will. You will fall for everything. Gotta think for yourself. This dog. Are you going? Okay, don't. I have the weirdest dog. He wants under the covers, but he doesn't want under the covers. He wants under the covers, then he doesn't. Ow. Yep, I know. I'm wondering what's going to happen. Sorry, y'all. Excuse me for those of y'all who don't know. I'm stuck in my bed today, but I didn't want to not be here in case the verdict came out. I don't normally allow lives from the glamorous position of my bed. Usually I'm in the glamorous position of my cloffice. Did Tex actually kill anybody, or was he in the car waiting? I don't remember. Yeah, he did kill somebody. Never mind. Yep, it's almost the end of the day. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Forgiveness is the hardest thing to do. I know that. I don't know why I got these earbuds. I've been wearing these earbuds like I'm listening to something. I'm not listening to anything. I'm reading y'all's chat. Again, if I only had a brain.
Slow down in the morning right now.
Ay.
The closings, the direct.
So you know when Court TV will jump all over this is when they have the What? What? Get out. They said Trump picked his VP. No, he didn't. Oh, did he pick that guy? Not that guy. No. I don't like that guy. No, sorry. JD Vance. No, not
Very
that
close
guy.
to JD Vance, who've been suggesting to his president, not to the former president and his best pick.
Right. He's been the biggest lobbyist, biggest champion, his biggest cheerleader. If you recall, in 2016, it wasn't really until the family met with Mike Pence and his family before Donald Trump finally decided it was going to be Mike Pence. Mike Pence wrote about it in his book, in his memoir, and it was really that moment, but it was really the approval of the family. And so when we heard that J.D. Vance was being really championed by Donald Trump Jr. and his family.
For politics and former President Trump, now the nominee officially of the Republican National Party. It's a family affair.
It's a family affair.
Deeply involved. In the political life of our country.
Laura Trump, like you just mentioned, his daughter-in-law is literally leading the RNC.
The Republican National Committee,
correct.
Exactly. Let's go down to the floor and listen to Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, talking about Kentucky.
to the announcement of the delegate.
I wish it was news on the verdict. There's nothing.
Kentucky, 46 votes, President Trump.
Kentucky's 46 delegates are in. We missed Mitch McConnell there. Sorry about that, folks. I was talking too much. That's a common affliction of mine.
But he got booed. He got booed. Did you hear that? Some of the folks booed him.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, yes.
Yeah.
Let us just say that the relationship between Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader in the Senate, and former President Trump has had its ups and downs.
That's for sure.
Lindsay, I want to throw you back to you in New York.
Man.
Sure. Thank you, Major and Finn. Back here with Anthony. So as we continue going down, Hawaii is out right now. And to help us understand the significance of this moment in history and the formality, pomp and circumstance, what leads us here?
Well, this makes it official. This process started, of course, back during the primaries when Donald Trump basically cruised through those primaries, right? And his name was actually the only one placed in nomination because he's the only one that even won enough states in order to do that. So the other big difference here, Lindsay, is that compared to 2016, and as Major mentioned, the third consecutive nomination for him, Republicans are even more excited about having him as the nominee than they were back then. And that just shows another data point of how much this party has become his party. We have tracked throughout that Republican voters said they not only were voting for him, but they wanted the party to show loyalty to him. It really is in many ways unprecedented, at least in modern polling, the amount in which that this party has oriented itself around one person. You see it in the platform.
I'm disappointed. I really wanted Vivek. I don't know how I feel about JD Vance. I kind of thought he was going to go for Tim Scott. But he didn't. Dang it. I don't know. I really wanted Vivek. It's disappointing. I think he's going to give Vivek a job. I just don't know what he's going to give him. Oh, the judge from the Young Thug trial has been removed. That case has been going on for 20 years. And now they're removing the judge. Are you kidding me? This is insane. Wow. All right, still nothing. Yeah. Yeah, Vivek definitely deserves a job. Vivek is like Trump on the Trump train, but Vivek would have made a great nominee for president. I personally believe that you need to be president by the time you're 60. Like after 60, you should not be running for president. Oh, I don't want him to take a seat. I want him to be like president. You know what's crazy? So here's what's crazy to me. So like it amazes me that like Barack Obama, right? He ran for president and like every black person came out of every nook and cranny uh and voted because he was black. Not because he was the best man for the job, but because he was black, okay? I mean, there were like 100-something-year-old people coming out to vote that ain't never voted in their life. But Asians, oh no. Oh no, 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 no. When Andrew Yang ran for president, do you think an Asian came out and was like, "Yes, go Yang"? No. They were like, "Uh-uh. We're voting for Obama or whoever he ran against." It wasn't Yang. They would not vote for Yang. Vivek runs. You think Asians rallied around Vivek? Nope, because he's a Republican. Man, I'm telling you, Asians turn on their own people quicker than crap. Just doesn't make any sense. Okay, people. I need y'all to come. It is 3:32 up there. Let's go. What are we doing? It is not that hard to come back and say, not guilty. You clearly don't have the evidence to say he's guilty, so just come back and say not guilty.
What other time?
The following dramatization is based on events of
Man. All right. We're still waiting for this verdict to come for Michael. We're hoping. Oh no, still nothing's new.
including the closings, the direct and
I mean, most all lawyers are saying that he is not guilty. Oops. Not guilty. So sorry, I'm telling my boyfriend that Trump picked Vance. Said Patrick's friends in the jury room. Well, they said there were very few holdouts, so I don't know what that means exactly. Like holdouts for what? Holdouts for like both of the charges that they, even the lesser included, is not like even the lesser included charge is still a tough charge. Like they didn't go for like manslaughter or involuntary manslaughter. They didn't go for anything like that because one of those I could see that they would come back and go, okay, we're going to just pick this one just to pick it. But both of the charges that they chose were intentional. Yeah, he came on my channel because like he was complaining in the other chat that he just wanted someone that he could converse with and have a different, like have a different viewpoint or whatever with, but he does not, because I invited him to watch my channel and watch my series, and he was like, okay, I'll take a look at it. And then he like messaged me and said, or he messaged on the chat, he said that my channel was amateur hour and that it just was no good. And I was like, well, thank you for your feedback. Much appreciated. So whatever. So I don't feel like my channel's amateur hour. I mean, it kind of is. I mean, it is amateur. I'm not a professional. I just play one on TV, on YouTube. But yeah, that's what he said. Whatever. It's not for everybody. It's okay. I can take it. Yeah, LaDonna. Hey, I invite all opinions. Everyone can have an opinion. It's a free country. You guys are so funny. In his opinion, he says I'm an amateur. I basically suck at what I do, so it's okay. I know way more than he thinks I do. I know a lot more about this case than I'm allowed to say. I have promised people anonymity, so I cannot say where I get information. And I can't say some information, which is kind of hard, but yeah, sorry, LaDonna, I couldn't do Friday live. I know you wanted to be in a chat. I was attempting to get ready to travel, but I was down and out. I was, as I am right now, laid up in this bed. Ow. And then I had to go to the emergency room Saturday. It's my home away from home, the emergency room. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad all of y'all are here. I don't know what our next trial will be, but I'm going to start doing some more crime reporting or just reporting in general on what type of stuff, but I'm going to keep doing my series on Samantha. They don't have a chapel in the ER. Hopefully I don't have to go to the hospital. I don't know. My sister finally, she said, I just needed to have exploratory surgery done. Since they haven't figured anything out with all the tests they've run. Just have them go in there and dig around and find out. Oh my gosh. Y'all, when you have kids, right, and they get to a certain age, right, you think that they're perfectly capable of doing stuff. Thanks, Daddy's the champ. Yeah, I don't see him running a YouTube channel. You think when your kids are like, I don't know, 24, right? They should be able to change their own address. Do you think that that's a functioning thing an adult child should be able to do? Instead, you get a text message from your adult child who says, hey, can you update my new mailing address? Clearly, I have done something wrong. Oh gosh, girl. I thought that's what I had because I was in so much pain. And they were like, nope, everything's perfect. I'm perfectly healthy, according to all these doctors. I'm just in pain because my body just wants to be in pain. Whatever. I'm just eating the crap out of gummies because apparently I just love to be out of this world. Okay, I kind of do love to be out of this world, but I have to function. Okay, it is. Oh, y'all, it's 3:41 there. Yeah. Okay, they have to come back to court. They have to come into the courtroom. And either like say there's still something or something. Something has to happen. Ugh. Oh my goodness gracious day. I can't believe we've been on here for 4 hours, almost 5 hours. Yeah, we have a few guys. I'm actually like looking at my stats. I have a pretty even kill crowd on my analytics. Oh my gosh. YouTube has blocked me from even looking at my analytics. You guys are bungholes. Oh wait. Yeah. So I have 40% men and 59% women. So it's not bad. I have a pretty good mix. I like that. That's really cool. Cuz most crime channels are like all women. But I have a good mixture, which I like that. And then all ages, which is really cool. I mean, everybody's 45 and up. So, I know. Oh, I'm a minute off. I know we did talk. We didn't really watch any videos. Usually we watch videos, but we just chitty chatted, which is pretty cool. You're 60, LaDonna? Nuh-uh. Kirsten, you're 58? Wow. Well, we are all just a bunch of beautiful people. That's what I say when I open my channel. All my beautiful people. LaDonna, if I make it to 60, girl, I don't even know. I don't even know. That's gonna is that I didn't even know I'd make it to 50. It's probably why my body's like, I hate you. You made it. Oh goodness. Well, don't take offense when I say I work with old people, because I'm like, I work with old people, and then those poor people, bless their hearts, they worry themselves to death about me. Okay, anybody in Michigan got anything? Oh, you just turned 60, LaDonna. Oh, you did too, Kirsten? Good grief. I'm a Valentine baby. And that's 2 separate holidays, y'all, so don't get it twisted, okay? I'm an Aquarius. I think God was playing a sick joke because I'm afraid of water. You'll be 40. Shut up, Brandy. You can't talk. I wish I was 40. I'd give anything to be back in my 30s again. Dang you. Brandy's just a baby. Ugh. Man. Oh, she's a Valentine baby. That's right. Two separate holidays, LaDonna. You know. Don't get crazy. You're trying to cheat me with two gifts together. No comboing. Oh my gosh. I'm still looking for the anything. I don't want to catch up, Jenny. Oh my gosh, they're still not saying anything. Yeah, I saw it said risky move. You know what? It was his only move. Oh, hold on a second. I got something coming in. Girl, I've been feeling 90 since I turned 50. This is garbage. Oh. Okay, so I have an exclusive, you guys. The jury is still deadlocked. They have scheduling conflicts going forward with some of the jurors. They're calling in an alternate and pushing for tomorrow, the last day. Oh, man. Dang it. If they're still deadlocked, just let them be deadlocked and go home. It's just a deadlock. Just let it deadlock. Let it deadlock. Dang it. Okay, so no verdict today, you guys. They basically do. They basically do have to start over completely, Elizabeth, because that alternate has not been in there for all of this that they've been going through, everything that they've been talking about. So and now all these people have scheduling conflicts. I'm surprised that the attorneys I don't see how they can. It says they're calling in an alternate and pushing for tomorrow last day. I don't see how they can when an alternate is coming in and has not been around the whole time they've been debating this, I don't know what Brian has said or what the attorneys are saying, if they agreed to that. But I honestly would have been like, if they're deadlocked, they're deadlocked. You know, I've never seen where an alternate was allowed to come in, but there's scheduling conflicts. So, well, they said, Elizabeth, that there was only a couple of people that were holdouts. And since there's scheduling conflicts, which I'm guessing that's why they're trying to say tomorrow's the last day, because the jury can't keep going if they have scheduling conflicts. They don't have enough alternates to put them back after tomorrow, is the only thing I can guess is why they're saying tomorrow is it. They have to decide by tomorrow, which I think is terrible. And I just don't think that's right. Yes, so if you guys want to do a live tomorrow where we just, you know, hold our breath and wait and, you know, chitty chat. Yeah, I feel like it's adding I don't know. I don't know how Michigan works. I understand bringing in an alternate if there's scheduling conflicts, but what I don't understand is bringing in an alternate and saying tomorrow you have to make a decision. I don't understand that. That's very confusing to me. So I don't know, because that alternate has not been in the jury room deliberating all this time. So they don't know what's going on. So okay. So we won't see anything. I mean, I'm sure something might pop up on the news later, but that's the message I just got. Hi, Video Game Gooner. How are you? Welcome. You got some knowledge? What knowledge do you have to drop? See you tomorrow, LaDonna. Do y'all know each other? Yeah, I don't understand. You do, Kirsten. Bye, Brandy. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be here tomorrow. We're going to stream until we get a verdict. Thanks for being here. Oh, okay. You don't know each other. Okay, so hi Jessica, welcome. So Jessica, what I was just saying. She is beautiful, video game gooner. So Jessica, what I was saying earlier was the synagogue is already rallied around Jeff, which is crazy because Jeff was a pretty much non-existent, nobody, unrecognizable, unremarkable person. And now they have kind of brought him into the fold. He was even able to hold the Torah a couple of weekends ago on their Isaac Agree synagogue video. They televise their Saturday morning videos. See you tomorrow, Elizabeth. Thank you. So they've basically all but forgiven Jeff, pretty much. Yeah, yeah. And so he's allowed back in. But I did just get a message. I don't know if you heard me tell y'all, but the jury is still deadlocked. They have some scheduling conflicts going forward with some jurors. They're calling in an alternate and pushing for tomorrow to be the last day. I find that very strange because the alternates have not been in there deliberating. That means that the jurors cannot continue after tomorrow because some jurors have scheduling conflicts, which means they cannot stay on this jury past tomorrow. Sorry, my battery's dying. Which means they have to come up with a verdict tomorrow. And whether that means they're still deadlocked, then they might still be deadlocked. I personally would not have, if I were the attorneys, I would have not allowed an alternate. I would have said, we just need to let it be deadlocked. But I don't know if they have that option. I don't understand the laws in Michigan, so that's not my jam. Maybe I need to be looking that up. This is very frustrating. So tomorrow we will do a live and try to just keep praying. Just keep praying. Keep praying for Michael. I have I don't know if you guys were here, but I have requested the crime, the paperwork, everything, the video, the transcripts, the police report, everything for this case because I want to find out who actually killed Samantha. Yeah, and then I'm doing a series on this case. So if Jessica video game, if you're not subscribed to the channel, please like, subscribe, and share. Hit the notification bell so you know when I go live. We will be live tomorrow so that we can be here when the verdict comes out. And again, this was not announced obviously on TV or anything. I have a person that I'm talking to that has an inside link to this trial. So I was able to find out that the jury's still deadlocked and they are calling in alternates, and tomorrow will be the last day. So at least we know that much. So I hope that you all will get some rest. I know it's late in South Africa, Jenny, late in Germany. I don't know where Jessica and Video Game are from. I'm sick about this too, Jessica. I totally understand. Hopefully tomorrow I'll be back in my office. Yeah, we've had a lot of new folks today, which is really nice. And we really didn't do anything today. We just kind of waited patiently for a verdict that didn't happen. Have a good night, Gwen. We're going to keep praying. Okay, you guys, I will see y'all tomorrow and we will keep praying. If I hear anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Yes, prayers, prayers, Jessica. We need all the prayers. Michael knows we are praying for him. He knows we are watching this. He knows that we are here. So just so y'all know that, Michael knows. Michael knows that we are praying for him and that we are thinking about him. He knows he has people in his corner. So I just want y'all to know that this isn't going unnoticed. Michael definitely knows. So I will see y'all tomorrow. 감사합니다. It means thank you in Korean.